Hello everyone, welcome to Laurence Plays, and it's Thursday, and that means we're playing Factorio, Space Exploration, and Krastorio². So hello everyone, words. Hello everyone, hello Doopy, Madman, and Regular, and of course the local guys, Tristan, Marc, and Mike. Hello everyone, and right, let's have a look at what we're going to be doing today. And I seem to be in my spaceship, which is an odd place to be, but let's go and look at Norvis Orbit, because that's where I've been doing stuff. So, as you'll probably remember from last time, I got this system here up and running, and it is now producing all of the bits and pieces needed to make the make the Matter Catalogues. And looking at this, it does seem to be making them all just about fast enough, because whilst there isn't much buffer down here, they are all running. So, cautious optimism here. I think this might actually be okay. Let's see how far along these cards get before they get snaffled. About halfway. But as I say, they're all running, so that's good. And so that means we are churning out the catalogues. They're going into storage over here. We're not quite ready to have a train yet, but when we do have a train up here, which is picking up scrap, and then when it sets off, it will then head down and pick up 200 Matter Catalogue in each wagon. And it's a little bit weird picking up all of this scrap and then only 4 stacks of Matter Catalogues. But I did the maths last time, and that is the correct ratio for doing the sciences. And so that means the next thing to do is going to be to come over here, extend this up a little bit further, and then put a matter science production facility on the top. And that's going to mostly be relatively straightforward, I think, because we've got most of the things we need in place already. We know how to make science packs, all that sort of stuff. I am going to need to bring in an additional fluid, which is going to be fun. So we're going to possibly have to space these machines a little bit further apart in order to get sufficient whichever of the fluids it is going in. Yeah, of course maths is fun. How is it not? The tricky part is then going to be deciding where to put the additional belt that's going to need to run down here in order to load the matter science catalogues into here. Now, there are 2 free belts over here already, but these were sort of earmarked for deep space science, because at the time I was building this, I hadn't noticed that we required matter sciences as well as the advanced tech cards, which we're going to have to squeeze in somewhere along here as well. Probably down here. That's nice and easy then in that case. Hello, Metbar, Radjack, and Eddie. Yes, indeed. You've got season 2 in the catch-up. Yes, this will be a bit of a jump forward then, but hopefully things will still make a little bit of sense, and Norvis will at least look slightly familiar. So that's fairly high on my to-do list. I do also have doing some stuff with buffer warehouses. I'm going to move my microphone slightly because I can't see my to-do list. There we go. Adding in some buffer warehouses on Taras, maybe adding another ground-to-orbit Taras train because it seemed to be possibly limited there, and various and similar things like that. However, Marc is heading over to Taras because there's a shortage. He's noticed there's a shortage of immocite, and that's causing him problems as well. So I think I'll just leave those problems to him. That's going to be much easier. Oh, the science train is going to run out of fuel as well at some point in the next sort of 30 seconds or so.
I've stopped it. I'm currently refueling it at the other end.
Which end is the other end?
The bus end.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. It's as long
Could
as
you have a look and see how much fuel there is in it? Is it going to run out on this journey? Probably.
I can't find it. Where am I? Right, it comes in here. What? I've confused myself. Oh, here it is. Right. Fuel. Yes, probably.
Are you in space?
Yeah, I'm actually in my spaceship, but actually, to be honest, we could build in a refueling system here. All the infrastructure is there. It just needs to be plumbed in. And by infrastructure is there, I mean the batteries are taken to fairly nearby. So I'll just refuel it at this end. That's probably easier and safer. And that way, it's being refueled at both ends, which is also kind of useful.
Oh, when you were saying that, I was going to stop.
Oh, all right. Yeah, in that case, yeah, don't bother. It doesn't need to be fueled at both ends.
It's a bit more crowded at this end.
Fair. There's loads of space here. This is going to be nice and easy to implement. So we'll do that, and then we'll put some loaders in like this. Loading inserters in like this, rather. And now the next, I do need to put in the belts, but I can't do that until all of the until this arrives. So there we go, and then I can put in a belt across here. Like, oh, it's not going to go under there, is it? Damn it. We've seen this problem before. Yeah, there isn't quite room for the underground belts aren't long enough to go all the way through here, so this just fails miserably. So we'll get rid of that, and then we'll try again once we've got a bit more scaffolding in the right places. The one on the way out might be okay though. Is that going to get under there? Yes, it is. But that needs to be built as well, and let's put this in. Okay, so yeah, that's half done now. We'll finish that off in a moment. I need to find out why there's no beryllium sticks or frames in the science park. Something has gone wrong here. We're not getting the beryllium sticks and frames being brought up at the rate we should be. So I need to have a look. I think that's another imersite problem. I think we don't have any frames down on Norvis because we've run out of the imersite to make them from. So that's it's relatively easy to fix, but it's a problem for it's going to be a problem until we do. But again, that's linked to what Marc is doing at the moment. So once he's gone out and fixed that properly for his system.
By frames, do you mean scaffolding?
Yes.
Yes. Then there's 139 stacks in the warehouse, which isn't enough for a train.
Right. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh yeah, that warehouse. Yes. Okay. So it's the imersite that we're short of, presumably. Right. So all the dead batteries are coming out. Bring that over there, down, and that. I don't. Oh, that way around. Right, so that's the sign. Well, once the bots have placed everything, which they will do in sort of momentarily, then this will all start working and we can turn the train back on again. But we need to wait a moment for all of these to be placed. There we go. Yes, this locomotive is basically out of fuel. This one might be different. Might have a different. No, yeah, the one at the other end has a decent amount of fuel, but the train's unfortunately the locomotive at the back can't push. Hey, Jersey, welcome. Because it's facing in the wrong direction for that. So we'll get that fixed up. Yeah, so I want to start bringing the holmium intermediates up to the for module production in the other other train. Why can you not load that in? Have I built this one square too far? Oh, for goodness sake! Built the whole thing one square too far out. All of that should be there. And then fill in the gaps and stuff. Fail. Right, okay, this time when the bots come out and build everything, it'll oh no, it won't work because there's another little bit of belt needed in there. It's these things that are slightly too tall. I get distracted by I could long handle insert it, yes, but I wouldn't be able to oh no, actually no, the exerting would have. Yeah, all right, yeah, that would have been an easier fix. Good point, regular. That would have been slightly better, but I didn't think of it in time. Change limits on Iridium Intermediates warehouse in space module area. Oh yes, this one. So this I feel is going to cause me problems. So I'll turn that off like that. It was only really like that just in case we got something, in case it did all of the ingots and we got a massive overflow of iridium plates. So now I can get rid of that and it won't be a problem. I do still want to bring up these holmium intermediates because, as you can see over here, we're not getting holmium cables up. And I think if we have a look down on Norvis, I think there are sufficient of those. Yes, there are plenty of those cables. It's just that Tristan's train going out looking for quantum processors is having problems because there aren't any quantum processors. So if we feed the iridium cables into here as well, then things will start to work. So we'll put one thing in here. And one thing in... Let's put
You
it
already
here.
are, aren't you?
No. Oh. Yes. Yes, you're quite right. Yeah, they're already being fed up over here. So we're just not requesting them. Because, oh yeah, because I thought the other thing was going to be all right. So back to Norbit again. So over here on the old shopping list, I need to come over this one and say I would like to start requesting some of the holmium stuff. I'd like to have some ingots. I'll probably link up the station up top as well. So we'll say I only need 100 holmium ingots. And then the cables and thingies, holmium cables, we'll say 200 of those. Hello, Sphere. Thank you. Hopefully, we won't need too much luck, but we'll see how it goes. I certainly won't say no to the offer of a bit of luck because it could come in extremely useful. Yeah, so if I link that then up to here, then we can make sure we don't overload with all of the ingredients we're getting in this way. So that would be actually I'm going to need to put in large pylons for this probably in order to, because I'm not going to be able to get a cable from here to here, and I could from, maybe I only need the one large pylon that goes here. Then we can run a red cable out this way and have a look at what's in this warehouse as well. Although that's going to be tricky. I think I'll run. What's going on here? That's outputting stuff. All right. Here's what we'll do. I will run I will run long pylons up here like this. And like this, I suppose, and then run the cable around like that. But I will then use the numbers on this one rather than on this one, and that'll make things a little bit saner. I have screwed up here, of course, because I didn't think my cunning plan all the way through. This is supposed to say don't pass any of those things through. And I set things up. Basically, I set things up in the wrong order because Muppetry. So that I should have set that one first, and these two as well, before the train arrives. So now everything's in the wrong place, and I'm going to have to go over and tidy it up. But we'll stop passing those through now, at least, and these ones as well, and try and learn our lesson. No promises about learning of lessons. So yeah, I guess that means I'm going to have to land this ship. Or I suppose actually no, I don't need to do that. I mean, I probably want to land the ship anyway. But if I go back to Norvis orbit with this one, I could use the green cable's already being used for something else. I think. I want you to turn round, and you as well, and I want none, and I want your filters to be set to pass those across. And those across, and those, and I want. Okay, that seems to be working now. Actually, this one seems to have got priority over these ones, which is quite nice because that way we will now eventually pull all of these holmium things through. Then we need belts coming up here like this. And then we'll link them in up here, which is going to be fiddly, but not unmanageable, I don't think. Where should they? They should be on this one. And these should be on this one. Right, so what I'm going to do here is have that pop up here. And have this one pop up here. And then I can rotate that like that, and that like that. Get rid of... Oh, no, wait, that's... That's going to be ingots, not... This should be plates. And we'll worry about plates in a bit, I think. But I'm going to need another one of these machines underneath to chop the plates up. But for now, that'll yeah. But then we can bring that in here and put in a splitter in here like that, and now it'll feed from either side. Same here. Delete that. Put in a splitter. You could actually go there. Feed in there. And I need to go underneath like that. Oh, that one could... No, actually, that could go there, and then we don't need an underground here. And I feel like it's nicer to not use underground belts if I don't have to. It just feels nicer somehow. Let's put that one there, that there, and then that there. Right. So there we go. Now we can at least once all of this is placed, we'll feed these cables up from here instead of only bringing them in on this train, and this will allow them to run in over here, and we'll start making these efficiency modules again. And that means I'm going to be able to start making more of the material fabricators that I think I'm going to be needing in larger quantities than we've got at the moment anyway, and efficiency modules in case we want to make something run a bit more cheaply on the old power consumption front, which I can't do with the material fabricators because they don't take modules at all. Right, and then the other part of what I was trying to do was run the red cable from here this way. There is already some green cabling being used up here, so I can't use green cables without a lot of faff. So run that down there, and then over here we can go nope, 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 like that. Okay, well that's all of those cables. Maybe I didn't ask for enough. we'll let it run for a bit and see how it goes. Anyway, I was looking at the science train over here, which is now probably finished getting all the bits of building and building work done. There we go. Put that in there. That'll finish off. I still can't dispatch the train because it's still not been fueled. It has had all of the duff dead batteries taken out, but it's not had new good ones put in yet. So we'll need to get that done. Right, so the next question is what do we have a shortage of? So beryllium seems to have... Why are you just sitting... Oh, that's the old Talos ship, that's fine. Agnea, we seem to... Okay, we've run out of vulcanite, that's a worry. Let's go and have a look at Agnea. I do keep saying I want to have... at the start of each stream, I want to go off and have a look at all these planets to find out why they've broken, like this one has. So this looks like we don't have any sulfur being fed through. Why do we not have any sulfur being fed through? Have we run out of oil? No, we've got plenty of oil. We've run out of water.
Just a quick information for those on very infested planets. We are now making plague rockets.
Ooh, that's both exciting and terrifying. Right, so we're no longer delivering water by delivery cannon, and therefore this is only running off the water produced by the core processing over here, which is why we have very little sulfur. So. Yes, we have used the electric motors for from K2 for some of our trains. They make the trains faster. I'm not sure whether they're worth it, because to be honest, train speed has rarely been a sort of a serious problem for us. I bet I've broken this somewhere. Ah. Here is the problem. I suspect, yes, here is the problem. We've run out of cryonite over here, which is supposed to be being brought in by train to here, which is supposed to be being brought down from space by train to here? No. Here. Which is being brought down from space from... I'm just going to trace this backwards and then ask Tristan why there's no cryonite.
The train's not being requested.
To here, to Snowdrop. Okay. That's interesting.
Oh, so... That looks like someone set up a cryonite station wrongly.
In space? Down on the ground?
Yes. Or? So someone's set up a cryonite station that is just saying that isn't disabled, it's just got a train limit. So the train's sitting there going, oh, I know somewhere wants me to leave, but I can't go anywhere.
Right, okay. Where are there cryonite stations? That's the next question. There's a cryonite drop here, which is currently... it's this one, I think. Yeah, this isn't disabled. Sorry, there we go. Try it again. Yeah, so we need to enable disable based on the L number. So we'll say enabled when L is greater than 0. Oh, and it can do a train limit as well from that. There we go. It's on its way now. The train is gone presumably because this station, this station is disabled. So yeah, that's now setting both the it's enabling the station if L is greater than 0 and using L to set the train limit, which is sort of neat. If we ever wanted to have multiple trains coming in here, it's nice to know that's possible. Okay, well that's answered that question. So that station, which interestingly has been there for a long time. We haven't fiddled with that for a very, very long time. I'm surprised it's only just become a problem. But yes, that train has now gone down to the has now gone down to Norvis, and so that means we can now get some cryonite. Hopefully, well, when it unloads, hopefully that'll be enough. It should be enough to load this train up. Maybe. We'll get this train sent over to unload in Module City, and then we'll have some cryonite, so we'll be able to freeze some water in order to send it over to Agnea, in order to make some sulfur, in order to make some vulcanite, in order to get the vulcanite flowing again. So that was quite a long chain of problems, but fortunately, having gone back up to the source of the problems, it was a nice, easy fix, and so hopefully we'll get all of this working again fairly soon. Okay, so that's sort of good to know, because at least the problem was easy to find and easy to fix, and we'll try and remember to check on that again in a little while. So what else have we got? So that's Agnea. That's a problem, but I've found the problem. Hopefully fixed it. Kothar. Well, we don't have a huge amount of iridium, but I know that Mike has been out busily increasing the flow of iridium, so maybe that'll catch up given a bit of time. Snowdrop.
Yeah, so I mean, what I'm doing right now is starting the process of converting a bunch of the iridium mines over to crush the iridium on site.
Okay.
I really don't want to do it, but at the same time, it stacks to 40, and even if I just literally dump all the other byproducts in a chest out of the way, that's 10% stand, which is not a huge amount.
I was assuming you dump it in the same train and then sort it when it arrived at the processing area. Oh yes, that's right.
I'm trying to remember what I do with it in the processing area. What do I actually do with it?
Well, you have the sand has something done with it, so you must be able to.
Yeah, I'm trying to what follow it down. It goes into by priority into here to make the nitric acid. But that's going to be an absolute ball ache.
Right.
I don't want to. It's because basically the iridite drop-off is going to be here on this rail because it's the only place it can be. That's not quite true. It could be other places, but that's the easiest place for it because it's just a bit too crowded on the left.
Yeah, makes sense.
Sand is needed down there.
Mark belt.
Yeah, I think that is. I think that is going to be a Mark belt. At least you can just sort of run it round this way.
just like that, just snake it through.
Yeah, exactly. It's only going to be mildly painful.
Yeah, I suppose the other possibility is just to put a station here.
Yeah, I mean that's true. You could put in an additional station in the you could have an additional station in each of your mines that just fills up with sand gradually and then sends it all over.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So then you'd have an additional station there for the sand.
Yeah. Yeah, that could work. Oh, I see where you pinged, right? No, for unloading, yes. Yeah, that would work perfectly well. I think that seems like a fairly reasonable way to do it, to be honest.
Yeah.
If you wanted to, you could then squeeze the sand in onto these belts here, where they where the two sides merge, and if you feed one in from the bottom, it will prioritise itself over them.
They go into a warehouse on a priority system.
Okay, all right. Or you could just feed it into the warehouse.
Because the point is that those pulverizers are generated from stone.
Yes,
and they're technically just topping up what is a byproduct from elsewhere.
Yes, that's why I was saying if you just stuck it into where the T junctions join on the back of the T junction, then it'd be prioritised over over what's being made from crushing.
Yeah, it's true.
But that you to be honest, your way is probably simpler and more sensible, really.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be sufficient throughput. No, it's rephrased that sufficient continuity of throughput. And it's what I don't want to do is say, the belt's empty because the train's gone and there's another one unloading. Let's churn through a whole load of stuff that we don't need to. I mean, it's not going to be a vast quantity, hopefully.
I don't think it'll make a huge difference, to be honest.
Yeah.
Right, so we've got... Yeah, we're a little bit... We are basically taking the last... I think after this train has gone, we will have run out of... There won't be enough for another train's worth of cryonite. Holmium we're completely out of. Biological stuff is currently in a bit of a weird limbo state. I'm not going to look at that because it'll make me sad. And we have enough imersite crystals, but not enough imersite plates. I think that is a known. Oh, I was going to turn some of these round and pour some of this back to where it should be, but I'm not sure how easy that's going to be. Oh, actually, yes. Here's what we'll do. Put in a piece of that there. Then I can flip that round, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. No, other way. That. And put a piece of belt in here. At least we'll pour that out down the belt here and get rid of it to where it's to somewhere else, rather than stockpiling a load of sulfur in here. That's a little bit unnecessary, really. It'll be a little bit slow because we're only using half the belt, but that's fine, and we're not in a great hurry there. Got plenty of beryllium, got plenty of iron ore, and we've got some templates. Okay, so basically we're short of most things, but that's hopefully we'll catch up in time. Come on, bots, place that down. I wish you could put in a piece of space scaffolding and then say, and on top of this, when it's placed, I would like to put this piece of belt, but no, of course not. Okay, so in the meantime, let's extend this rail over here because we're going to need to have several more types of train turning up here eventually. Yes, that's good English, that is. I'll put that down there. So we've got plenty of room there for whatever else we're going to be putting in. But of course, there won't be enough roboporterage up there, so I'm going to need to put some more roboports in. These all seem to be set up for in normal mode rather than construction mode, and I'm not sure why. So let's take this one, because that is set up in construction mode. And I'll just put it there on the top of this bit for now. Because I can't go much... I could go quite a bit further before I run out of area that I'm allowed to build in TM. So let's extend this up here a little bit. A little bit, he says, and dumps in a massive quantity. Okay, so that can now run. While I'm waiting, what else is there to do? Iridium, I reckon I need more superconducting cables. So, turn those off again. So down here, yeah, we have 3 machines making them. That is the limiting factor for making. Yes, one of the science packs that we're short of. So, I think let's have some underground. Let's put in some underground here, like this. In fact, no. Let's first think about where I'm going to put this bacon. Actually, I want to put it all the way over here, if I can get away with it, which I can. Right. So if we remove that for now, not that one. Leave that one in, and then I can put in a large bacon here. It's even catching that this machine down here, which is quite nice. So I can put that there. Actually, no, there. And then I'll put in another one of these over here somewhere as well. I could put them closer together, but just in case Tristan ever wants to put in more of these machines, I'm gonna stick with his pattern. So I'll extend this out this way like that. And then yeah, we'll make copies of this. Stick some more machines in. We'll beacon them up so that they're nice and quick, and we'll get lots and lots of superconducting cables coming out. I think then I'm also going to want to potentially feed those off to a station, but I won't actually do that yet. I'll leave that for when it's actually needed, rather than jumping in there immediately. How's my sulfur getting on? Right, there we go. So now I can just put in a piece of belt there, like that. We'll get rid of all of that excess sulfur, and at some point I can go over and turn that back on again, turn that back off again, remove it, make it nice. Still waiting here. It's fine. Superconductor cable, make available by train, maybe. Oh, the asteroid data ship. Yes. So in the last stream, we had the asteroid ship, which I think this might be the Nightingale. Yes, it is. This one, we sent it out. It's done a thing, and it's come back, and now it hasn't gone back out again. Probably because there's a signal somewhere around here that is waiting for 10,000. Oh, we've got 10,000. Oh yeah, that might be a good idea. This sulfur thing is meant to only be temporary, but as we all know, there's nothing quite so permanent as a temporary implementation. I could filter the loader. It might be a good idea. All right, I'll do that in a moment. Why are you not departing? There's no circuitry here to tell the ship to depart. What is going on? I guess I'll have to do it myself then. So over here, I'm not going to be able to do it myself because there isn't any construction anything out here. So this area is wants to launch the ship because it's filled up to 10,000 what's names. I think I'm going to have to go out there and fix it by hand, which is a little bit unfortunate because there's no Roboport coverage out there. So over at this end now, what are we doing with these ships? What are we loading them up to? Not you. Over here, we're putting in 5 in there by the looks of it, and then we're saying depart when. Where am I thinking? Here we go. Depart when we've got 5 of each one. Okay. I could tell it to come back. No, it's bad. I'd have to put a Roboport on it because this is stuff that needs to be built. Basically, I need to put in a little setup like this on the on the asteroid. So I do need to go over and fiddle with it by hand. Unfortunately, it's not something I can do remotely. So that means come back to here and tell the ship to go to, or at least it's not something I can do remotely without sending out a ship with a Roboport on it, which conveniently this one is. And I happen to be standing on it as well, so I'll just go with it. That's probably easier. So we need to go out to Kalidas Asteroid Belt 1. Oop, and engage. Let's head off there. And it's going to be a few minutes till we get there, but that's fine. I've got plenty of other things to work on. Such as keeping an eye on that sulfur thing over here. Where was it? Here it is. So we want to we're going to set this one to only output sulfur. It's completely unnecessary in theory, but in practice I may at some point be very, very glad that that's programmed like that. I could put the circuitry on the ship, yes. That is certainly a possibility. I'd then have to go, and in fact that would be doing it more the way I used to build ships. These days we seem to be doing it more in the 0.5 run. I put all of the circuitry on the ships. In this run, we're putting it all on the landing areas, and so I want to be at least sort of vaguely consistent between my different playthroughs. Not that that's happened remotely with all the different resource trains that are going up and down because we've all built them without talking to each other. But since I'm building on Marc's designs, let's go with let's try and stick with it the way he was doing it. So
Speaking
now we
of
have
talking
that.
to each other,
Oh dear.
to let people know, methane ice is now available on the bus that feeds trains for the space elevator.
Oh, nice.
This is just the methane ice that Marc is providing as excess from Big Grid.
Yeah.
But it's
frozen
on there
farts.
because so much of it was being taken away by bot.
Yeah, that was a bit ridiculous.
So now it's all being brought back by bot.
It's also a bit ridiculous. Okay. Right, and then I think I want to chuck a module inserter across these, like that. And I haven't... interesting, no, we haven't programmed up anything for the electromagnetics, or let's see, I haven't programmed anything up to go in the EM facilities, so let's do that as well. So module inserter, somewhere down here. What am I looking for? EM facility is... you? Yes, you. We would like those to be speed 3'd, please. And then I can module inserter again. There we go. These probably won't get done. This is going to be more superconductive cables than we know what to do with, I expect and hope. But never mind. That's not the end of the world. Let's go and check on the ice production on Norvis. This is a lot of sort of jumping around in this video, in this stream so far. I hope that's interesting and not too distracting. So yes, over here we have a decent flow of cryonite coming through. It's being tapped off the belt here, which is a little bit weird, but never mind. In theory, we don't need all that much cryonite coming down here. It's just at the moment it's trying to refill this belt of doom. So, but now yes, we have a steady flow of ice coming through, and so hopefully that means if we now go and look at Agnea, crickets, nothing's happening down here. Okay. Is that because we haven't made enough ice yet and I was a bit too impatient? Let's go and check. Keep getting put in the wrong place. Ice is here. This is the cold area. Right, so are you firing at Agnea? Yes, you are. So there we go. Now we've got water coming out of here, so hopefully that should speed up the rate we're producing the petroleum gas at, and therefore speed up the rate we're producing the sulfur at, and it definitely has. We've gone from this, or this, now to this, which isn't a full belt, but it's doing pretty well. We do have speed 4s now, yes, but they're expensive, whereas speed 3s, I think I still want to use tier 3s as the default module for basically everything. But then when on the occasions where we go, actually, you know, that could do with a bit more of a boost, then we've got the 4s, 5s and 6s available as appropriate. They're sufficiently expensive in exotic resources, and we're not really making them quickly enough that I don't want to switch over to them being the new default yet. So there we go. This is running nicely now. We have a I was going to say we have a healthy supply of water. We actually don't have a healthy supply of water. We've got such a backlog of it that even this machine running, these two machines running flat out are struggling to are playing catch up. Now we do know that this is fast enough. I don't think I need to put more any speed modules in these, but I do need to wait for all of this to pump through and then start going. You're not wrong, Radjack. Yes, we do need a lot more resources coming in, and that is something that we are all working on. That's why what Mike is doing out on Kothar with the Iridium. It's what Mike is doing out it's what Mark is doing on Taras with the Immersium in order to improve the Vita everything production on Bigrid. And I don't actually know what Tristan's doing. He might be off trying to get more holmium as well. I haven't really asked.
I should probably go and at least check how that's doing.
There isn't any in orbit in Norbit, so it's not doing well enough. Yeah, I'm gonna imagine that's probably going to catch up. We'll come back later and have another look at it. I suppose while I'm at the looking at things stage, I should go and have a quick look at Talos, see what's going on over here. Did we? Oh no, we did run into some problems with the energy beam cutting across the corner of the base over here. But I went over and fixed that. Now it is stalled because we've run out of vulcanite. That feels like a weird problem to have because I didn't think. Let's dispatch the train manually and see if it comes back with some. And in fact, let's have a look at the other end of this thing. Do we have no, we don't have any Vulcan. Oh, the ship isn't here. So that's oh, that's probably why we've run out. So when the ship comes over, it brings enough cryonite and vulcanite and sulfur to make another ship's worth of stuff. But because the ship has got stuck in somewhat inverted commas over here in Norbit, because we have enough beryllium, it hasn't gone back with this load of supplies, and I could send it off now. But it's probably. I mean, I don't know if there's not really much point. There's not very much space in the ship. Although actually, there's quite a lot of other. I could send it off now manually, just to increase the amount that's in the buffers over there. But then when it comes back, it wouldn't. Yeah, let's do that. Let's dispatch the ship to Talos orbit. Yes, that's fine. And that'll mean there'll be an extra load of vulcanite and cryonite over there, so the system can keep running for a bit longer. I hope there's a system set up on that train, Talos, that will trigger it to run. Yes, there's a trigger. It would be triggered to run every 15 minutes, even if there's nothing happening. So in 15 minutes, it'll go up to the train, and it'll find a load of useful stuff up there and bring it down. And in that time, we've got plenty of beryllium at the moment, so I don't really care that the system's not working to its full efficiency. Yeah, the system is sort of stalled, Doopy. You're kind of right, but it's stalled because the other end has filled up, and we've not been able to drop enough off in order to get rid of it all.
The first crushed iridite train has arrived at the crushed iridite train station. It's taking 4 times as long to unload, and it is glorious.
Excellent, well done.
It's actually taking more than 3 seconds to unload. It's brilliant.
Oh yeah, yep, that is indeed a train that is unloading.
Yeah,
and
it's doing
taking some time to do so.
45 items a second. That was 4.5 stacks a second. Now it's 1 and a bit stacks a second.
Wow. Yeah, that's impressive. Yeah, we're not using enormous amounts of beryllium regular because we've not got enough. We've not got enough imersite. No, yes, imersite in order to make the beryllium scaffolds. However, Tristan is doing his best to use up some of the beryllium at the moment by doing some more deep space zone discoveries. So that'll help a little bit. Where was I? Oh yes, I was on my way over to this place. excuse me, Khalid's asteroid belt 1. So we'll touch down here, boop, and then wander over here and go, okay, so now down here, let's use the jetpack. And we found another asteroid field, Razor Field. Sounds painful. So down here, I need to fit in some systems that will tell the ship to depart at a certain time. So we need to set a, we did tell it where to go, which is Norbit, which I don't know the number for, so I'll look it up because otherwise I will get it wrong and then I'll be sad. Planet Orbit 36. So in here, we will put signals. Look in the right place, Laurence. Planet Orbit 36, like that. That needs to be fed to the input, which is this red, which is the red cable over here. So now we hook up a red cable. We hook up a red cable from there to. Oh, there's no. Goodness sake. Right. Okay, we're going to move this defense cannon, which means I'm going to then need to put in belts like this, which is a little bit of a nonsense, but never mind. Then I can put in another one of these here, like that, and we can then connect it with a red cable, like that. So now this knows where to go. It knows to go to Norvis Orbit, so that's the first step. The second step is to tell it when to go. So that means we need another one of these, and we need a decider combinator here. And we say when, I guess, when the green cable says more than, it says 5,000 or 5,000 or more astro things. So we say astro data cards being here. That's U is greater than or equal to 5,000. Then output the input count of everything, because we then set this one to be. Actually, no, we don't need to do that at all. Actually, we send a spaceship launch signal, and we need to send one of those, and then that is hooked up to there with a red cable as well. So the idea is when we see more than 5,000. In fact, let's unhook that for a second, because then I can test it without the ship actually going anywhere. We can put a green cable in from here to here, and then this one here we see yes, so we're seeing 10,000 on the input there. So when I plug this into here, it will send the launch signal through here. We've got the Planet 36 command going through and speed of 100. So yeah, that should just work, TM. So if I now link this to here, the spaceship should, before my very eyes, just disappear. Plip. There we go. Right, that was actually fairly straightforward. It needed less stuff than I was kind of expecting. Yes, I believe I corrected the clamps previously. I just hadn't. So I'd done all the stuff for it landing here and unloading and launching the rockets and so on. I just hadn't done the when to take off. However, I'll leave my character here for a little while just in case things go horribly wrong. Although that said, the spaceship should now be on its way back to Norvis Orbit. So if things are wrong, we're not going to find out for quite a long time. I'm going to check on Agnair again now that we've got a nice steady supply of sulfur coming through, hopefully. We still haven't filled up this pipe, but we do have best part of a belt of sulfur pouring down here now, which means we also have plenty of stuff coming through here, plenty of stuff coming through from here. All this seems to be flowing quite nicely. The train has gone. Okay, I think Agnair is now fixed. We just need to keep the trains running and keep this all working. Oh, by space expansion you mean the new Wooby official relaunch thing? Well, what they've said, Blizzardplot, is that I guess that Space Age is going to sort of be space exploration light. So space exploration is far more complicated than vanilla Factorio, which is to be honest what we're looking for. When people like us play space exploration, we want something that is a lot harder, a lot more complicated, a lot bigger than vanilla Factorio. That's why we've gone off looking for mods. Your average gamer, the sort of, even your average Factorio gamer, is going to want something that's a bit less daunting. And so Space Age is going to have a lot of the similar sort of mechanics to. Oh yeah, it's nothing like Pyanodons, but it's a lot more. It's a lot bigger than vanilla. Your average Factorio player is probably going to want something a bit more manageable, something a bit more like vanilla Factorio, just a bit more of it. So it's going to be a much lighter version of space exploration, I think. But I think they're quite determined to have some other differences between them as well. So it's not just going to be space exploration cut down. It's going to. I think they're trying very, very hard to make sure it's got other stuff as well. So it's not. They don't want it to just be space exploration, but a more limited version of it. I don't think. Why is this struggling so much? It was fine before. Is it? What are you short of? It is the water is not being pulled through fast enough. Okay, I'm gonna speed module these. Probably. Oh, they set up productivity modules in. Okay, let's change that. So, where is it? You are not productivity anymore. You are now speed, and so are you, and so are you. No, 3, please. 3, sir. All right, so speed you up. This water problem is insufficient. And while I'm at it, let's try and upgrade that and that. The ice is falling in from the sky in large quantities, so we'll pump that through as well. Oh, it's very true. Yes, there will be a lot of extra game engine functions put in thanks to space exploration. Space Age. So that will also help quite a lot. It looks like we're actually only using tier 2 modules on this planet. We've obviously not got enough tier 3s, as is shown by the fact that nothing's been put in here. Got tier 3s in this machine, but not in anything else. So I guess what I'm going to do here is I'm going to reprogram my module inserter for the furnaces. Say no, we don't want anything in those, and then these are going to have to be tier 2. But to be honest, tier 2 speed modules is probably going to be more than enough, since we're very nearly there with no modules at all. And if I now put the module inserter across these, which aren't doing anything anymore, we can take the speed modules out of them, and then put them in these 2 machines up here. There we go. That will speed up the water production rate, and yeah, there we go. So now hopefully we'll actually be able to produce enough to satisfy this insatiable, thirsty system down here. Speaking of thirsty. There we go. It hasn't gone up very much yet, but actually no, I take it back. I think these pipes are now no longer quite emptying, so I think that is an improvement. All these machines are all running flat out now. Instead of seeing greens and reds, we're now starting to see greens and yellows. Let's upgrade all these inserters as well, just because I can. That might help a little bit. If this isn't enough, we've got quite a lot more on the belt now. If it isn't enough, I might need to consider putting in. Might need to consider upgrading the belt. I don't know if I've got enough blue belts on this planet though, so we'll see it. We'll see how that gets on. But now, hopefully, if we leave this to run for a little while, this sulfur will start to get all the way down to the end here, and we'll get that bit more vulcanite coming through, because we do need a lot of it. We are using our factory uses insane amounts of vulcanite, but fortunately, we are also producing pretty crazy amounts as well. Okay, so let's see. Taras, that's a Marc thing. Taras also a Marc thing. Beryllium sticks is due to the immersite, so indirectly a Marc thing. Fuel the science train, tick, done that one. Holmium intermediates from Norvist up in the general module supply train, and done that. Limits on iridium intermediates, done that. Holmium ingot shortage. Oh no, wait, I didn't quite actually finish off the bring up the holmium, because we've got these ingots here that are being put into this thing. Now, I'm actually quite tempted to say, let's not do that. Let's change my mind. So get rid of that and a bit of this, and instead let's just put them over and send them over to this warehouse when we have when there's a supply of them. I'm not going to be able to go underneath all of that, so we'll bring this. And let's put this here, back where it was before. I've changed my mind, which I'm going to say is gamer's prerogative. And then over here, move a couple of pieces of that and that. Right, so what we've got here now is a system where if we do start to run out of the ingots in here, which we currently have actually, then we can bring some extra ones in from the ground, and they'll just be passed up this belt over here. So now I can set this filter on this one back over to holmium ingots like that, and they will be passed around as we want them to be. So that should keep the system a little bit happier. These numbers are non-existent. These numbers up here are woefully inadequate. I think I need to change these to being more like 800 and let's say 500 of these because they're expensive. Then we should have a few more available. That makes things a little bit better. Although we have enough of the solenoids available, but I think that's because we keep running out of the cables. Well, actually, that's it. The system is currently working. We have enough of everything to make all the way up to tier 6. We don't have the stuff to make tier 7 because I can't remember what that required. Oh, we haven't even researched them yet, so that won't feed anything in there. So now we do actually have 3 tier 4, 5, 6. So we have we've made 3 tier 7 efficiency modules, and then turned it off. So, but we've only got 1 tier 6. Oh, because they're all getting taken away to be made into the matter machines, material fabricators, those things. So we originally did send, or at least we played with the idea of sending the excess sulfur sending sulfur over from here, from Norvis orbit, over to Vulcanite, over to Agnea, in order to turn it into the Vulcanite, as you say, because that's a good idea, Red Jack. Except you can't actually fit enough sulfur into one of these spaceships to make a full spaceship's worth of Vulcanite, so we need to make it on site anyway. Now, it probably would make sense to dump any spare sulfur we have into the Agnea ship. I think we'll wait and see, because it is also required on Talos for making the beryllium. So we'll wait and find out how much of an overflow we seem to have, and then maybe I'll set it so that if we have far too much sulfur, then we'll pump some of it over to Agnea and just load whatever is available onto the ship, and just see how much happens to go over there. But at the moment, we're a little bit being a little bit careful about sending the. At the moment, I don't know how much. No, at the moment, I know we can't send enough sulfur over in the ship alone. However, it would be quite nice to send some over as a top-up, maybe. So it's worth considering, certainly. Oh no, I'm not using single item. No, we're not using cargo rockets. Basically, that's a sort of rule we've set ourselves, or I set us rather. It's all entirely my fault, because I can't. Basically, it's mostly because I can't be bothered with the extra infrastructure and the logistics for getting all the rocket sections out. Now, to be fair, if we'd done that this time, Marc would probably have just set it up for me, so I wouldn't have had to worry about it. But it seemed like a nice idea. So in 0.5, I reckoned that. It would have been significantly more feasible to just ship the resources that were required around by delivery cannon and then jump straight to spaceships. But things have got a bit harder with 0.6. So whilst I set this as a challenge, it then turned out to be a little bit more challenging than we were expecting. Right, have we got the asteroid data coming in? That's another thing to check. Yes, the ship has arrived. It's unloading. They're being brought over here, and we've apparently already caught up with the shortage that we had before. There was a shortage of these coming through. That's interesting. Let's go through and have a look at everything and try and work out why there's shortages. You seem to okay. You got shortages of negative pressure data, because that's now being used by about a bajillion different things. So that is being made successfully at the moment, just not quickly enough. So. Do I want to put in speed beacons? I think speed beacons are the answer here, because we're already on tier 3 modules here. So let's think about beaconing this up a bit. Beacon. Beacons are in here. Yes, there they are. So I want to put this on this column here. That'll work. It'll require a little bit of moving of inserters around, but that's fine. We can do that. So if I get rid of that. And then put that inserter there, and that inserter there. Not you, not you. Then, no, not there, there. Then I should be able to put in a beacon here. It doesn't matter exactly where it goes. It can go here like that. And then we'll fill that up with speed modules. We will also need some underground belts here, of course, like that and that. And then we need to repeat it again for these ones over here. So I can put this. Actually, I can put this in over here, which will make it slightly easier. So we'll remove that. Oh, and that. We'll put that in there instead. And then another one of these in over here, like that. And again, more underground belts like this, in case it gets needed later, and that. And now it's just a case of wait for the bots to deal with it all and dump a load of data cards into the chest of shame as well, because that's just how we roll around here, unfortunately. I'll go and tidy them all up at some point. Yeah, so that's... I should probably have a bit of a look around, see if there's any other places where we are, where we're a bit short of, well, everything. Now, you're going to be affecting those machines, so if I take a copy of here to here... and there's a single gap like that along here, so I've put that in there. Then that's going to give us even more production of these things, because we are very, very short of negative pressure data. I'm probably getting a bit carried away here. It probably doesn't need speed. It probably doesn't need 50% more and speed beacons. But I'd rather go over the top than under the bottom, if you know what I mean. That's a weird expression, but you know, I'd rather have too many. I'd rather have it producing too quickly than too slowly, and and a lot of the power consumption along here will just disappear again if it's not needed. Let me rephrase that. If this is excessive, then a lot of these machines will stop and go down to using very little power. So I think it's worth setting it up like this. I would like these beacons to be placed though, so I can actually put the modules in them. I guess I'll come back to that as well. Is there anything else around here that is struggling? So let's have a look. So along here, these are the tier 1 catalogues. No, I would say those are absolutely fine. Tier 2 catalogues. These are struggling, but that's for the reason we just spotted. The yeah, the negative pressure data that's coming in is insufficient. Hang on, so those are being sent up for tier 1 catalogues as well. It's just that we haven't pulled through the entire supply of them because we don't need all that many tier 1 catalogues compared to some of the later stuff at this point. Oh god, I bet it's the beam thing again. Yes, it is. The beam is wandering through another one of my mines, running right through the middle of one of the mines this time. Look at that.
Looks like
that is unfortunate.
Thank you. You got it just in time before it took out the warehouse, I think.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, that would have hurt.
Yeah, let's not fire these at Talos anymore. It seems to not be a suitable planet for these beams. Where is it going to anyway? Where is the next?
As I mentioned, we have the plague rocket.
There's 3 items in a row. There is. Oh no, there's nothing there. There's.
Oops.
It's one of these ones where it's going for something which is.
Yeah.
There. That's it.
I guess so. Yeah. Well, I think
we're going for that because that's where one of the targets is. Where one of them is pointing.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there's a single bite in there.
And now,
the other one was going for that as well.
Because it doesn't explore areas that haven't been haven't been investigated. You say that, Yukito. I mean,
Marc's saying.
Oh, you use a plague rocket, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's now basically okay because all of the biters are dead for a very, very large area. Although, what's the pollution like? Yeah, and there's not a huge amount of pollution being spilled out there.
At that distance, I would expect it to jump rather than just dragging across.
Yeah.
Apparently not. Fortunately, we have more beryllium than we know what to do with, so it's not the end of the world. But at some point, I guess I better go out to Talos again and fix it. Yeah.
Yeah, let's be honest. Especially when we get Spidertrons, I don't know how far along the tech tree they are.
We researched them.
Oh, excellent.
Ages ago.
We should just put one on each planet for this sort of thing. Yeah.
Well, there's partly that, but also, honestly, these are supposed to be, effectively automated outposts. So when you turn up to fix one for one weird reason or another, if you bring, 5 stacks of life support canisters, you're good for.
Oh, true.
Basically
So
an entire
yes,
stream.
it's not too serious if we do plague rocket places. Yeah, especially as working on a plagued planet is no worse than working in space, which is a little bit silly. I mean, it makes sense really, but I feel like from a gameplay point of view, there should be more of a downside to using a plague rocket on a planet.
Well, I mean, if you want anything biological, you can't have it.
Yeah, but that's not much of a downside for nearly all but one of your planets. That's not a downside.
Yeah, basically, apart from your vital planet. Yeah. At the moment, I mean, in fairness, it's I'm from reading some of Arendel's stuff because I'm really fascinated by game design, as you guys know. I don't know if chat knows. It's one of these ones where he's deliberately building up the systems up front, which, in fairness, you need to do because otherwise, you put some content in, you put loads of effort into making the content work. Then you tweak a system,
and it
ever
breaks
so
everything.
slightly, the
Yeah.
content is just naff.
We seem to have stopped making wide area beacons.
Can't have that.
I'm trying to
Why
find where they're
stop making
made
wide area beacons?
because we don't seem to be making them. Oh, here they are. Why are you not? What you said about something? Yes, you're. Oh, Immersium plate as always. Right. Everything comes back to the Immersium plate. So yeah, we're just.
So the Immersium plates had 2 different station names because people decided to spell it in 2 different ways.
Right.
So
I
certain
blame-
places weren't getting it. I don't remember exactly where. I know the beryllium intermediates was a place that wasn't going to get any.
Right. Okay. I think
It only ever got any by cannon.
I think looking at this, it appears that Immersium plate is coming to the space bus via the bus train. So it's going down to Norvis and then being brought back up again.
I don't know if the bus station has ever received any.
Right. Due to supply or due to spelling? let's see if we can find it. So there should be. I don't know what I'm looking for here because obviously it's not going to have a anything on the belt. That's methane ice of all things. That's weird. Not you. Not you. Not you.
It should be an empty
Okay.
belt with a green light, shouldn't it?
It should be. Yeah, that's a good point. Yes, I should have been. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be an Immersium plate feed here.
It was probably being supplied by delivery cannon
In fact,
and never actually got switched over.
yeah, I think you're probably right. Yeah, I don't think we're bringing the Immersium crystals or plates down to the train system down here. Here are Immersium plates. Yeah, can confirm there is no belt coming from the Immersium plate drop-off station up here. I feel like it probably should be added to the to the bus system down here so that it can be passed through. But also that feels like quite a lot of.
If we're needing it on the bus in space,
It could just be brought over there. Yeah.
Well, no, if we need it on the bus in space, it needs to be.
Yeah, and there are a few other things that are being brought over individually. I think, or at least there used to be, rather than being taken down to Norvis and then Norvis and then being brought back up again.
Oh right, you're saying bring them directly from the
Yeah.
spaceship.
So the iridium, beryllium, and
because that one's
vulcanite
weird.
are all being brought over that way.
Because there's 2 different things in there.
Yeah, it's true. It is weird.
That just makes it more awkward.
Okay. All right. I'll start putting in the belts down on Norvis to bring the Immersium and Immersite over from the stations. What? No! Don't be stupid. Really bugs me that you can't just drag belts across other belts. If there's a single belt that happens to be going in the same direction as what you're as the ones you're dragging, then everything breaks. Where do I even want this to go? Probably here, I guess. Which means I need landfill along here, and therefore here. Lots and lots of landfill. And then we'll bring it in next to explosives. Does that seem to make sense? Where was it? It's down here. So it's going to have to get all the way. It's going to have to get all the way over here. That's not a problem, but it's a slight weirdness. Is there any room to bring it down this one? Where would this bring it in? No, I was going to say this looks full. Actually, it doesn't. It looks full over here, though. This belt placement is wrong. Let's go with what I was doing, even though it's a bit meh.
There's the belt that's pointing the wrong way. I don't know if you noticed that.
I didn't notice that as I was sort of looking around then.
Which you could use.
Oh. Right, oh, okay. Oh yeah, that one.
I've nicked the vertical it was using, but you can probably use a different vertical.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, well if I find a station that has imersite crystals, which I don't think, well, I don't know if I will.
I don't think there is one.
Okay.
On the bus.
No, I don't see one. I just see the plates here. Okay, so we'll bring those in over this way anyway. Still waiting for the landfill. Don't do that. Bad game. We've talked about this. You're not supposed to randomly rotate pieces of belt just because I'm holding a piece of belt and you think, oh, hey, it'd be fun to turn that. Because that's not how the game is supposed to work. Right, so that comes through to here. Get rid of. Why does? Okay, this is an underground
reset the
nowhere.
blueprint, so be prepared for some lag.
Okay.
No worries, thank you.
Oh yeah, there was it. There it was. That goes there. Right, and then up here, we tell you to run when immersion plate is less than 0. It's not gone green. We are not requesting immersion plates. Okay, that'll be another thing to fix to get this weapon up and working then. Okay, but that's part 1. Part 2 is going to be done over here. Lights. Thank you. Where we're going to request immersium crystals.
Do we actually need crystals? Because there's a whole supply of them.
Maybe not.
We've still got
All right.
600 odd.
I won't touch it until we do. That's a fair point. There's no point now just putting things on the into the system for no real reason. I'll go up and set up the request for the plates, and then when we have and then we can then and then I can then go back down and make sure the belts are finished off, because they probably won't be at this point.
It is used for energy control units, which are used for the wide area beacons. So you probably do want them.
Okay.
It's just we've not used any for ages.
Okay. So that's belt up here and up here. Is there just no Roboport coverage in this particular tiny spot here? No, there's a tiny gap in the Roboport coverage. That's ridiculous. Oh well, at least I've been able to. At least I can do an underground. I'm using an underground belt to go under a gap in the Roboport coverage.
And you criticise me for using underground belts in space.
Well, at least if they're going underwater, there is a planet for them to be going through.
Have you never heard of subspace?
No.
It's like space, but beneath it. That's why it's called subspace.
Alright, so that's now working, kind of.
It's just ignored.
Are you surprised?
No.
I could just mute him. That might be that might help.
Yeah, especially as someone for science heavily reduced my admin privileges on Discord the other day. That was sad.
Did they?
Yeah, well, I say heavily reduced. You put me to the bottom of the stack of admins from basically.
That was ages ago.
Yeah, I know. I did say the other day.
That was indeed a different day. So.
Yeah, the other day.
It also basically does absolutely nothing.
It
Makes
means
it
that
harder for
Pete
you
can
to troll
now
Pete.
do things. Yeah, Pete has to troll me, not the other way around, which is really, really sad. I mean, yeah.
I despair sometimes. Alright, so Regular says I might have put an outserter on one of my negative pressure data the wrong way around, so let's check that. That'll be down here. Here we go. So third negative pressure data from the left. Yeah, you're quite right. Thank you for pointing that out. Does that mean when I copied and pasted I got another one wrong? No, I copied and pasted from far enough along that it was alright. I would put this here, but if I do it won't get built, so let's just put it here. Alright, is that now creating enough negative pressure data? No, but it might just be because it's trying to fill buffers. It's kind of hard to say. No, I think it's just straight up not making... We're not making the negative pressure data fast. Well, actually, these machines are all satisfied. Yeah, maybe. I'm going to give it a cautious maybe. I think I still like it to be a bit quicker. So yeah, I do still want those beacons, I think. I would still like it to be a bit quicker. So yeah, you say oh, here's the crystals coming up here, and those are coming from just from the bus. We do have quite a lot on the bus. There's 650 in the warehouse, and then the belt is full. But yeah, as you say, there's nothing actually feeding it, so it is clearly going to run out at some point. So I suppose I better do that one as well. And we have plenty of those, so it should be a lot easier. These being fed through. Right, we are now feeding imersite plates into the train to be taken up to Norbit, so that's good. Down here, there's a system here that's doing methane ice. Is that methane ice? Yeah, methane ice. Yep. I assume that's deliberate, so I won't fiddle with it. Yep. I'll go on to the next one, which doesn't have a station because there's a pylon in the way. Well done there. So we want you to say when there's less than what we're doing here. Imersite crystals. Imersite crystals are then call for a train. We'll name that when it arrives and link it up and all that sort of fun stuff. So this is going to be the imersite crystal area. So I'm going to need a belt coming from here all the way up here like this as usual, and then try and decide where I'm going to squeeze this one in. Is there another input up here that's unused? Yes, this one is currently unused.
Laurence.
Tristan.
I plan on removing your requests for things that aren't quantum processors on that sushi train, given you're bringing them up in a different way.
Okay, I'm okay with that. Although I have to,
you're going to be demanding the train at other times when you don't really need it.
Yeah, okay, I think that's probably fair. It was more sort of the train coming up from the ground was supposed to be a sort of to tide the system over when it was required, rather than being the main production of them. But
oh right,
at least that was my original plan. But to be honest, it might as well bring them up. It doesn't make any difference because they're coming from the same place. So yeah, sure, that's fine. Can't put one there. There's a pylon in the way. Guess it'll go down here then.
Spaghetti.
It is known. That's what Factorio is all about. Spaghetti, I think.
I see a block of imersite plates just travelling along the belt.
Excellent. That should actually be one square higher up like that, because then I can put a splitter in there and have it do that. This might just be the next set of bus-ery down here for more ingredients. So that's this one. You are going to allow imersite crystals through when the imersite crystal is less than 0. To be loaded into the train, as ever. And then down here, I need to name this station and I need to link it in. So we'll connect that to there. And then how are these set up? Set train limit, and named appropriately. So set train limit, and we need to call you. Oh, it doesn't autofill. Immersite crystal drop. There we go. So okay, we're apparently short of immersite crystals as well. I thought we weren't. I thought we had loads of those. But up here, oh no, I take it back. It's because this station is not set up properly. What? Who designed this? Why is this not working at all? There's a cable missing in there. That's why. There we go. You get lost. You're not supposed to be there. You're not supposed to be dropping off quite that many immersite crystals. Hopefully now this station is disabled. Yeah, train limit 0. Good. Okay, that's interesting. So despite the despite this station filling up all the way to an entire warehouse, we still have a healthy supply of immersite crystals. So that's interesting and somewhat surprising. If we look over here, yeah, we have lots of the crystals. Still have another 64 stacks of them here. That does imply that actually we're a bit short. Here's some more. Okay, we've had some more.
140 stacks in all that.
Oh, the train is just doing endless loops, as is its way.
Oh, because lack of plates.
Why have you stopped filling up at 64 stacks? I'm sorry, 64... Yeah, 64 stacks. That's not enough to fill a train. That's a problem. This should fill up to 160 stacks, not 60 stacks.
Feel free to adjust the numbers. It's
Yeah.
possible I didn't know what they stacked to when I...
So it's 50. So 160 stacks is therefore 8,000, not 3,000. Also, the immersite train is just doing endless loops, as mentioned. Probably because it's trying to bring
Yeah.
down a non-existent supply of immersite plates.
Yeah, and it's going, oh, I'm full of crystals, so I might as well leave in case downstairs needs any crystals. Then it gets down to the bottom and goes, oh,
Nope.
I'm out of plates, so I might as well leave and see if there's any plates up there.
Yeah, I know. I don't like it when trains do that. I mean, I know fuel is virtually free, but still don't like
Okay,
it.
can you put connect it into the transmitter pylons with a request for when one of them's empty, or when one of them's low? That's that decider combinator.
Yes. So when that decider combinator, when anything, I can't do anything is less than a specific number. I have to be 2 decider combinators, won't it? So when,
Yeah.
yeah. So do you want it to be
If it
when?
never actually ran out, you could do the less than.
Yeah.
That would be neat. But...
It would be, but no. Or I could have the. Oh, actually, no. No. It is going to always work because there's negative signals on here. So when either is less than, I could do when either is less than quite a large negative number.
Yeah, when anything's less than 2k.
Less than minus 2k.
Yes, so that's what I meant.
If anything is less than minus 2,000, then output. What do you want me to output?
Other thing that is less than minus 2,000.
One of that thing.
Yes.
How's that? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So there you
I'm
you
getting
get
a crystal.
Yes, you're getting a crystal now. You're never going to get any. You're not going to get an. Oh, why are you not getting plates?
So you have the -1.
Yeah, there's minus 6,000 plates on the input signal, but only one of them is being outputted as an output signal.
Can you do for each instead of anything, or?
Oh, maybe. Everything. Okay, that seems to have done it. Although.
No, when one of them is less, when anything is less than minus 2k, it'll output all
Yeah.
the things it is outputting. Is there not a for each on the input? On the condition?
There's a for each on the input, but not on the output.
If you put it on the input, it puts it on the output, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, it does. Okay, there we go. Okay.
I'm now getting both, but that's not necessarily completely tested.
Regular says you could put item count as the weight condition, only leave the top when it has both and only leave the bottom when it has none of either. No, definitely not, because then, in this particular case, we have lots of crystals, so we might as well try and transport the crystals if they're available. And also, when it gets to the bottom, it'll unload, and we don't want it, if it runs out of crystals at the bottom, but it still has plates, we want it to go back and get more. So no, it needs to leave the bottom when it has none of... It needs to leave the bottom when it has none of either. So none of one or none of the other or none of both, and it needs to leave the top when it's full of one or the other, but not as long as it's not empty at the other end.
It's going to leave the top if it's full of one of them and has a signal of that one.
Yes.
Or it is completely full.
Yeah, that works. And it leaves... Well, no... Not necessarily when it's completely full, because otherwise it will go... If the system is completely full, it'll just go round and round forever.
No, because it'll get down to the bottom and it won't empty either of them. And so therefore it won't leave the bottom.
Oh, so... Okay, if the train is programmed slightly more intelligently than I was guessing then. Alright.
Yeah, it is programmed now. You can have a look at it if you want.
It's awkward from here.
30-second inactivities, which are unnecessarily long. That didn't quite do what I wanted.
As is traditional. Right, so the crystal train has come over to here and is trying to fill up, but can't at the moment.
We're requesting crystal, that's why. I was thinking he was trying to leave, but that's because we need crystal down there.
Yes.
So that is correct.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, we have no crystals, we have no plates at the moment. So we need lots of everything.
So I designed a new immersium plate factory in the sandbox if you want to have a look, and now it's just implemented.
Oh, that looks like a thing.
That looks different to what I remember the other one looking like.
Cool. Yeah, so I take it what was there just didn't have sufficient throughput.
Yes.
Tier 3 modules throughout. Yeah, looks good.
This will need a lot of core miners. We'll see. And this only produces the plate, so I'll have to design a new one for the other one as well.
The crystals do seem to be keeping up at the moment, so you could just leave that one as is, unless there's something hideously wrong with it, like it's not using productivity modules or something.
No. Then I'll use the old one for the crystals and the new one for the plates.
Yeah, seems reasonable. Yeah. Do we? I suppose I was going to say, do we have enough core mines? I imagine the answer is going to be no, and you're going to have to go off and have a look for even more of them.
Yeah, that's going to be no.
Okay. Right, so here we go. The another train has arrived, full of crystals. That means I can now have a look at its instructions. Good grief. If you're full and inactive, then go. Or if you've got full of crystals and inactive, and we're asking for crystals, then go. Or same with plates, fine. Down here, if you're empty, then go. Or if you've run out of crystals and inactivity, then go. Or if you've run out of plates and inactivity, then go. Yeah, okay, that seems reasonable. Good. We should have lots of stuff now. Oh, and that hopefully now means that up in Norbit, because we got some plates, we got a few immersium plates up here. Maybe we'll have those beacons I was asking for.
We have had some beacons, at least.
Some beacons is at least a start, even if it's not quite the number of beacons I would hope for. Yes, here they are. Yes, down here. So now I can drag a module inserter across these and module them up. Right, lovely. Okay, so that should give me more than enough. Oh, except now we're running out of these things. Which of the inputs for that are we short of? Where are they being made? It's about here. Somewhere? Oh no, it's up here. Yes, here we go. We've run out of all of these inputs up here because our telescopes are not working. Oh, what are we short of? What have we run out of here? Here. We seem to have run out of beryllium plates, which is weird. I'll have a look into that in a moment. But over here, yeah. Oh, we've run out of data cards. No, we haven't. No, we haven't. Why are you sad? Oh no, it is blank observation frames because we've run out. Somehow we've run out of beryllium plates. That's a weird one. Are we not just? We're not bringing these. Oh, that's not a very large number. Let's make that into 1,000. The rest of them are decently large numbers. Let's make that into 2,000 actually. I bet there's a train now down on Norvis that's filling up very, very quickly. The bottom needs the inactivity because if it's still if it's run out of plates but it's still unloading the crystals, then we want to leave it unloading the crystals until it stopped doing that. Hey Nogard, depends what you mean by all. We are making all of the we're now making all of the all four of the colour sciences. We're making Matter 1 catalogues, but then there've been various other fires to fight in the meantime. So somewhere down here, yes, here we go. This train is now filling up with beryllium ingots because it wasn't getting enough before, and now I'm ordering enough of them that I'll probably fill this up. However, I may need to consider putting in the system that says, hey, by the way, if we run out of anything, then dispatch the train immediately. I think probably all these numbers are going to be big enough, but let's put that in anyway, just in case, because I quite like that system. I feel like it's elegant. Right. So how do we? So we need to link that to there, and not link that to. No, we do need. I don't want to unlink that just yet. Maybe I'll do it when the train's up here because then there won't be too much stuff flowing through. So we have it. Yes, decider combinator in here. And an arithmetic combinator. And so this one says if any, and then another one of these in here. And so this one says this has -1 of everything on it. We link that into this bit around here. We'll unlink that for the time being because that's not going to be wanted. Link that into here, and then we say if anything is less than 0, then output a dispatch the train signal, and then we pass that through to here. Add 0 to everything, and then pass that on to here, and then we can pass this, and then we can tell the train to trigger. Yeah, I think that works. Yes, still a bit to go before deep space. We need to get the material science up and running a bit more reliably. Sorry, we need to get the material science up and running at all. We need to get the matter science up and running at all. Thank you, Tristan. And then we need to get the advanced tech cards running, and then we'll be ready to start thinking about deep space science, I believe. There's quite a lot to go.
I've discovered a slight downside to having done all those astro zone discovery researches.
Oh?
A while ago. That produces a lot of junk data cards, which backed up in the processing of them.
Interesting.
Because it's a sudden burst of science because they're all really quick sciences.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Right,
On the flip side, that should give us a load of blank data cards.
Everything. No. If anything is less than 0, output 1 dispatch arrow launch signal, and input each plus 0 output each. And what this does is it'll pass through the signal without affecting it. So that's just a straight pass through, but it ensures that the numbers from here, these negative numbers, don't affect this system over here. So at the moment we've got 24,000 glass in here. We're subtracting 6,000 from it, and that means over here we're still seeing 18,000. So we're not putting any glass into the train. So this system is currently running exactly as it was before. If I now copy that to, hang on, let's unlink that for a moment. If we now copy that to here and turn all of these into -1 instead of minus large numbers, like this, This means that when we've used up absolutely all of anything. Right, so the way this works, if we use up absolutely all of everything, then there'll be a 0 of that thing on here. We'll subtract 1 from it, so there'll be -1. This will see a negative number, so it'll poke through this launch arrow thing. That'll be passed through into the signals down to Norvis, where we can then send it off. The adding 0 just means that the signals will be passed through, and then after they've been passed through, we can then subtract the amount of stuff that we actually want to have. So now if I link that to there like that, we will now see it will make absolutely it'll make basically no difference. We'll have -1 on all of those things that we put through, but because we've run out completely of beryllium ingots, for example, we can now go down to Norvis, down here to this train. I'm surprised that hasn't... Oh, it has filled up. Oh, no, it hasn't quite filled up. It's very, very nearly full. And then we can... To this one, we can then say... we'll turn you off for a moment, onto manual. So from Astro Pickup, we also want to add in... where are we getting wrecked now?
Kothar.
Kothar, okay. Not my problem. Circuit condition.
I'm on it.
If the up arrow is greater than 0, and we have inactivity of, like, let's say 2 seconds. Turn that to an and. Right. So this means if we have absolutely run out of anything up in orbit, then we'll get this up arrow signal sent down. If we've stopped loading, then the train will depart immediately. So I can put this back and do that, and then we're getting the signal, and so the train will depart. And that's better than previously we had this thing with these signals coming across here to say when the train is full to depart it, but because the train isn't filling up with the train, we didn't have an entire train full, it wasn't departing, so we can use that to just give it a kick and send it off manually. And now if we go back up to Norvis orbit, at some point in the not too distant future, the train will turn up here, we can start chopping up beryllium, start making frames again, and then start exposing them, start making these data cards, so we'll be able to start making these ones again, and everything will hopefully be hunky-dory. We'll keep a little bit of an eye on it for a moment or two to see. But here is the train. As you can see, we've got the ingots coming out and a load of coal as well. That's all passing through. Comes over to here. Slice and dice. This might as well be an unloader, to be honest. I suspect it's possible I built this before we had unloaders. But I'll put one of them in anyway. And that'll allow us to pull it out a little bit more quickly. I was going to say I'll upgrade this as well, but I don't think there's any point. It is capable of chucking in the beryllium ingots fast enough for the machine to keep up. Although that said, I could replace it with a loader like that. I won't do that just yet, though. So there we go. We filled up this belt already, but now we've got a stream of them coming across here. It's only a relatively small stream, but it'll hopefully be enough for it to catch up. We'll see fairly quickly. Yes, that's true. Whatever your name is. Yes, it will break if we run out of resource on the ground, and the train will just end up going round and round in circles, which is unfortunate, especially given how much I grumble about that. But these are all things that we shouldn't be running out of, like beryllium ingots we've got an enormous quantity of, glass should have an almost infinite supply of, and coal we should have a basically infinite supply of. So in theory it shouldn't be a problem. In practice, of course, it might still be a problem, but in theory it should be absolutely fine. We will see how things go. So there we go. There's a plentiful supply of beryllium ingots, and I can now, I guess, remove that. Like so. No. Unfortunately, that's picked up some beryllium plates as well, but never mind. It's not managing a complete half belt, is it? It's being kept full by that inserter, so it is the processing speed that's the problem here. I could put in speed modules. But no, it is catching up over here. We're producing it fast enough to keep this will keep the number of machines I currently have happy. How long it'll take to refill all of these remains to be seen. But we're pouring lots and lots of the what are these things called? Frames, the unexposed frames through. And yeah, we have a quantity. I think this is probably going to fairly quickly refill the buffer. Oh, I say that. There's a long way for these to go, but they're not being used down here, so it will refill this fairly quick. They're being used a little bit down here, but not in huge quantities. Are you even running? I honestly can't tell. No, I don't think you are. So yeah, this should fill this up fairly quickly once all these start to arrive down here. And then that'll mean... Oh no, they then have to go even further down to fill this one up as well. So it's going to be a while. But eventually, yeah, I think we are hopefully producing them faster than we need them. This belt is still flowing solidly in here. But we do have a nearly solid belt of yellow frames coming out here to be reprocessed. I think I'm just going to have to come back and have a look at this in a little while, because I think that's going to need a little bit of time. So that's what's happening.
We don't have tier 3 modules in orbit on the Robo network?
Should do. They should be. I mean, I've taken them out of the bus system, but they should be being provided from over here. And yes, they are, but they're in a buffer chest. So if you're asking them to a blue chest, you'll need to request from buffer chest.
No, I'm requesting from a green chest.
Ah, okay, that could be problematic. I guess I could swap this for a red warehouse and put a green chest next to it to request them. But the idea was to pull all of the.
You'll actually get bots flying them across.
Yeah, no, I'll switch to a blue chest for this one.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay. I could tell the blue chest not to request from buffer chests, and then it should be okay. But yeah.
That wouldn't work if you're changing it to a red warehouse.
Oh yeah, I was saying that was an either or.
Ah.
No, it wasn't. No, you're quite right. It wouldn't have worked. Yeah. What are you doing, infinite loops? Oh, because we've run out of something, I bet. Oh yeah, so it is. Why is scrap broken?
Actually broken.
Oh no, it's just me broken. I've Wait, hang on a sec. What? Oh, I see. Yeah, yes. Thank you for pointing that out, Doopy. I put this in a previous stream and then didn't finish it off because I was waiting for the waiting for these pieces of what's name space landfill scaffolding to be placed. So that'll allow it to start flowing again now. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. That was that's a bit silly. Hasn't actually mattered yet, but it was still a bit silly. So I think we've run out of something over here, and that's causing problems. What? Oh, I see. Yeah, the negative. The lack of quantum processors up here, which isn't a complete lack, but it's a bit of a shortage, is causing this to run constantly.
Why are you using those down the bottom then? Why are you even considering quantum processors down there?
I'm not. They're being asked for up. Oh, but since this isn't going to get any more of the other things anymore, I don't need this to be linked up here anymore, do I? Because you've I'm only going to be getting quantum processors to here. I'm not going to be getting any of the other holmium stuff. So actually, that can be disconnected. I don't need that anymore, or at all. No, I don't need it anymore. Let's get rid of those as well, because they're not needed either. Okay, yep, that's an easy fix for that problem. Stop the train going round and round in endless unnecessary loops. Right, there we go. There goes the scrap. So that's fixed that problem as well. This is getting very, very bitty. I'm going around looking. No, the ingots aren't being dropped off up here either. There's nothing being dropped off. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, they're being brought up here by this thing, aren't they? So actually, that should be got rid of. In fact, all of this should be got rid of. Let's not do that anymore. Let's make the ingot. Let's go back to plan A. Yet again. None of this is required. And get rid of that and that, and then bring this up here and in there. And so now I need to switch this over from ingots back over to plates again. This is going back and forth an awful lot. Holmium plates, not holmium ingots. And then I need an area of space scaffold down here to turn the ingots into plates, like that. I said like that. There we go. Is this now this isn't now going to be requesting plates, of course. So we now need to ingots rather. So I need to put the requests back in down
I've
here.
worked out an interesting advantage of the way that I've done Kothar by going to the corner, the corner of the planet, but to the edge, and then taking a rectangular bite out of it, if that makes sense.
Tristan broke
I've
this.
set off 2 energy glaives, basically one edge of the planet up there, and another 3 down here, at the other edge of the planet, and they will just travel up the line. They won't need, as long as they meet more or less roughly at the middle, at the corner, they won't need to cross the defense line at any point.
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah,
I mean,
It'll probably still
I
find a
only
way
have
to
them on
wreck
2
things
sides.
for you.
You only have them on 2 sides of, but you only have biters on 2 sides of
exactly.
your base.
So they are less likely to try and path across, and I assume that
The
they
altern-
do a
The
relative. Sorry, go on.
the bad point here is you've got worms over here.
Yeah.
They don't always just go for the nearest biters. They seem to have minds of their own sometimes.
Yeah, they'll be following some sort of nearest neighbor algorithm, probably. Which a nearest neighbor algorithm doesn't necessarily mean nearest neighbor. That's a bit of a misnomer because you run an optimization thing on it. Just nearest neighbor is just the starting point. I then run an optimization and basically say, but is it more efficient to go to the second nearest, then to the nearest, and then to the third nearest, etc. Basically, for every node n in your sequence, is it more efficient if you swap n plus
What?
1 and n plus 2
Stupid
over?
thing.
Anyway, yeah, I figured though that even if it was completely random target selection within quite a large radius, in theory that still shouldn't cross the base boundary for quite a long time. But yes, absolutely, it will eventually go and find a worm or something inside my base, or it will clip the corner and take a chunk out.
Yeah, on Talos, yes, it was the setup was a little bit more concave.
Is that central?
But well, it's partly the central and but also because because of the way I'd done the outposting, there were occasional bits where it sort of even actually made sense for it to go across the railway lines and stuff like that, even though it was annoying.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, that needs to also say the plates as well, otherwise they'll end up in the wrong place.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes on Kothar.
Yeah, I think I think you're much more likely to be okay than I was, and it probably will be. But I do feel that you're this will all be absolutely fine. It feels very hubrisy.
Well, we'll see.
Why has that not copied the cable across? Oh, because it was linked to the warehouse above. That's why. What colour have I used? Red. So that goes to the no, wrong. Oh, actually, that works too. Why didn't I use that before? I don't know why. Oh, because I originally designed it around a loader, which can't do that. So enable when holmium plate is less than 500. There we go. Right, there we go. Supplies once again. Yeah. You going in and removing that and changing the numbers on that combinator over here, Tristan, just meant that my system was no longer bringing stuff up from the ground because I was using the same requests for both systems, so they didn't both try and bring in at the same time.
Oh right. Okay. So you put a combinator by a different station.
No, I used the combinator that was already by a different station. I can totally see why you didn't think of that, but but I came over here and went, hang on a minute, why is it run out? Why is it stopped ordering? I see what he's done. Right.
I even said I'm going to remove these requests, and he said, "Yep, that's fine."
Yeah, but I hadn't thought about exactly how you were going to be removing the request and what that meant. I'm not saying it's entirely. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm just saying it. Well, I am saying it's your fault, but I'm not saying it wasn't my fault for not thinking it through properly. These are never going to get used up because they'll never get fed onto this belt over here. Even if I set a priority on this inserter, on this splitter, it's always going to use the ones from the right-hand side of the belt first because they come up here onto the first bit of that. So unless we actually run out of the solenoids, which seems relatively unlikely, solenoids seem to be something we have a much higher supply of for some reason. Then we're never going to actually use them. But never mind. Okay, so that all seems. Efficiency module production seems to be working. Speed module production seems to be entirely working. We've now got we've got the 50 tier 6 speed modules that I've been hoping for. Yes, exactly, Doopy. To be honest, there's about 8 different tiers of hacks on this system over here, which is why it's all a bit iffy and why I have to keep pounding my head against a brick wall. But we finished the speed modules, that's caught up. The efficiency modules are being produced, at least when we have any holmium ingots available, which we currently don't, but in theory they're being produced. Up here we're still a little bit short of the Vita stuff, but I know that Marc has quite a long parade of yaks to work through before he can before we'll get all of this up and running at full speed.
Tristan, the spaceport train station doesn't have any rare metals.
I agree with your statement of facts.
Yes, could you fix that?
Yep.
Because of the implication.
Because I think that is the root cause for us missing plates.
Okay. We're churning through them in sufficient quantity. We are bringing them in at most of a blue belt, right? That's just because it's being shared on a pair of green belts with silver.
That's a good question, Blows Up. I mean, we've been playing this for 173 hours so far, and there's 4 of us. I think having multiple players is slightly more efficient than single players, because you can have people off doing different things, and you spend less time panicking and having to run off to the other side of the universe because something has gone wrong, because there might already be somebody over there. So let's say to get to this point, if we're playing at if the ability was the sort of the average of all of us, maybe about 800 hours, 750, 800 hours to get to this point. But we are playing K2 as well as SE. So as Mike says in chat, 300 to 500 hours for space exploration on its own doesn't sound unreasonable. I can't remember how long I took when I played 0.5. I did reckon that it took longer than would be typical for a couple of reasons. One is that I tend to be a relatively slow Factorio player, which is why I haven't gone for any of the speed challenges. Mostly because I tend to overbuild or spend a lot of time watching things trickling through like I'm doing right now, and also because I'm streaming, which means I spend a lot of time talking about what I'm doing rather than doing it, which means everything takes a bit longer.
It's cute. You think you overbuild?
Not so much overbuild, but I don't know. I'm not quite. It's sort of spend too much time thinking about it, perhaps. I don't know. Rather than actually playing.
What? Sorry, I shouldn't be rude. It is good that you think about things.
Definitely need to mute Mike. He talks too much. So where I'm trying to look back over at my to-do list and work out where I've got to on that. So there are various shortages of inputs, but none of those are my problem. So I need to, or none of those are my responsibility. So I'll just wait a little bit for those, and see if the stuff starts to appear again. Asteroid data ship, that one's sorted and working. Probe memory card station. Oh yes. Yes, now we fixed the quantity of probe Now, the quantity of memory cards that we're producing, there is a station somewhere in here. Let's turn the station names back on again. That button. That needs to be turned back on. Ah, here we go. Blank data card drop U. What? I know Tristan turned this station off. I'm just trying to work out how he did it. If less than 1,000, output 1L. Okay.
Did I just untick the set train limit?
No, set train limit is still ticked. Which is a bit weird. Train limit is L. Enable train limit. Train limit is 0. But train limit is set to 0 over here. We are not. Oh, we're not feeding out. What have you done here? Yeah. If
Did I open the combinator? That looks.
if blank data cards is less than 1,000, output 1L.
Is it definitely less than 1,000?
Oh, maybe you turned off the thing that's passing the blank data cards out of the system. That would. Oh no. Maybe it's already been turned back on again then.
There's data cards.
Okay, there are data cards. Okay, everything is. It has been done. Okay, never mind then. Someone must have reactivated it again. Maybe it's entirely possible it was me and I forgot I'd done it. I don't know. Fix heavy oil removal from scrap processing on Norvis because it can't keep up. Let's see if that's been done. Probably not because nobody shouted.
I haven't done that.
Yeah. So over here, yes, only half of our scrap processing machines are running because down here there's too much. These pipes haven't been linked basically. So in here I'm going to do that.
Do you not have a rocket launcher, Mike?
That.
Is it handheld?
Yes.
That sounds like such a bad idea.
Yeah, let me get this right. The ultimate bioweapon of doom.
Yeah, but if
The
you're wearing a
one which will
spacesuit, it doesn't
exterminate
harm
an
you.
Entire planet. Yeah, no, I know. The one that annihilates an entire planet is handheld.
I mean, you
also-
probably just have to open a vial, you know.
Mark,
Yes.
it's outputting them if there's less than one in existence, but there are currently 28 and it's still outputting them.
That's
That sounds not quite the way it was intended to work.
Yeah. I
My-
looked
my
at it to see
follow-up question.
how it was set up wrong, and it's not.
wrong
Oh,
chest.
blue chest.
Yeah, fine, man.
So we have we can now liberate 20. What was it?
28 planets.
And that's all available in orbit.
Yes, so if you request a plague rocket.
Gross.
Or 28. If you just want to make
I
sure.
don't-
Yeah, maybe it'll eliminate the
Right,
planets
so
a bit
I'm
more.
gonna throw
Eliminate all the
bars.
bytes a little bit more quickly if you put 28 of them down.
So there may be some lag while it.
Yes.
all the
So make sure you warn us first, just in case anybody's in combat. I mean, I don't think anybody is in combat at the moment, or likely to be. But still, let us know so we can all have a bathroom break or something while we're waiting.
I'm on my way to Kothar to kill the Cape. Rephrase. On my way from Kothar back to Norway to pick up a weapon to bring it back to Kothar.
Oh yeah, Doopy brings up an excellent point. Also, let us know because we'd all like to watch it because we've never seen one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, I have
I'll
upgraded.
get my tactical announcement.
Also there, we don't want to do Talos at the same time.
Because of the lag.
It's probably double the lag.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We could always take a short break once that happens.
I
We
don't
might need to. We
expect
shall
there to
see.
be that much lag. but it's-
Yeah, it'll probably be a sort of a minute or two at most of it running a bit slowly. Right, over here we are now bringing the heavy oil out of this pipe to bring it over here as well. So now the other half of the machines have kicked in and started running. I've also upgraded them all to tier 3 speed modules, so things will run a bit quicker. And in order to get rid of all the stuff they're producing, I've also put in blue belts up here because, well, the yellow belt that we had in there before, not sufficient, not remotely sufficient. Even when only half the machines are running. So that should sort out the this scrap problem that was coming all the way down here and all the way up the belt because, and this is largely because the expansion over here for the rough data substrate production, we're now producing this much faster than we were before, and therefore we're producing scrap a lot faster than we were before, and the disposal system just straight up couldn't keep up. When you say maximum runtime, though, presumably that means the runtime is going to be affected quite significantly by just how big the planet is. So it's either going to work or it isn't going to work. I don't think we can. Or do you, yeah. Or do you mean that it splits up how long it takes to plague the planet by the runtime, and therefore, if you set it to a longer time, you get less lag? That could happen. That could work actually. Anyway, over here we seem to have the full belt flowing in, so I think this is now fast enough. And it's not quite a full blue belt of stuff coming out of the top here, so yep, I'd call that upgrade sufficient. Lovely. I've got maybe expand scrap processing on Norvis further, but since we can currently deal with a full blue belt coming in, if we do need to expand it any further, we will need to have an additional scrap belt, and therefore it can be doubled at that point, I think. Well, I'll leave it for now. Oh, I suppose putting in the speed modules was expanding it a bit further, so yeah, that's fine.
Is the plane rocket fired from a rocket launcher?
I believe
Didn't we
so.
just have that conversation? And Mark said yes.
I wasn't listening. Okay, fair enough.
You were listening. You responded with what the biggest explodey thing ever is of a biological doom is fired from a handheld rocket launcher. What?
I believe it's a heavy rocket launcher.
Okay, I heard handheld, not rocket launcher.
Mark says it's probably a heavy rocket launcher.
Yeah, I
Oh, you're listening now, are you?
I know. I listen to people who are intelligent, Laurence.
It was Mark who said it last time, because it wasn't me who said it, because I didn't know that.
Was someone talking over Mark?
No, you
It
just weren't
does
listening
seem
to him.
keep happening.
Yeah, fair enough. No, it'll be fine.
Next to doubt.
One play rocket.
Do I need to open Notepad to start doing a death tally? I've not done that for a while.
In theory, given that I'm going to make sure I have a few life support canisters on my person, in theory, it shouldn't kill me.
Aww.
I know. We're all very disappointed. Me too.
Yeah, I don't expect it to kill you because, as you say, if you've got the life support stuff, that's the whole point. The point of the life support is that it protects you against the plague rockets.
I mean, we don't expect it, but we can still hope.
Basically, yeah, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, it's fair point.
It's an extra row on the types of deaths.
Oh, Regular Nines has a good point. You plague the planet, the biters get angry, and then after a certain length of time, they all die.
Okay.
So this might actually genuinely.
Don't spoil that. We don't know that.
Yeah, don't tell him things like that because we want to see what happens. This is the fun of adventure. You need to at least give a spoiler warning before saying something like that.
In fairness, now he says that I do remember that being a thing.
Sure.
No, you didn't know that. You still have to do it anyway, and when we will all
I'm still going to do it anyway.
watch and amuse. Right, I'm now waiting a very, very long time for the bots to deliver and build those things over there. So yeah, I was sort of vaguely wondering if there's any shame that can be easily dealt with by remotely by bots, because there's 5,000 water ice in the chests of shame. And 21,000 methane ice, which I think Tristan said he might be going to possibly deal with, maybe.
That is being dealt with by bots.
Okay. Oh yeah, so it is. Three bots have just flown in to take one away each.
Yeah, I didn't put a large request. This way, it only occupies a small number of bots.
That's fair.
And it taking 5 streams doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm also trying to pull some of the other stuff. Well, I'm going to try and pull the modules out of the Chest of Shame because I think that's a worthwhile thing to do. Because there's lots of them in there, and at least if we get them out and put them back into more sensible places where they belong, then at least we'll have them available as and when we need them. I could remove these stations actually. I'll leave them for now. Actually, no. Let's leave them in there just in case they in case they're useful later for something else. Oh yeah, an exotic ingots and things. That would be quite useful to pull out. So over here, let's do more of that sort of thing. In fact, all the way over here. Are these going? There's probably not going to be any orange robo areas around for all this stuff, but it still is. Oh, there is for that one. That's convenient. Oh wait, this is. I should have done this with. Well, let's only use the fast loaders. It's not too quick.
Beast Finder or something.
Oops.
To look at something in the chest of shame and then go, okay,
Where
is
does
that stored anywhere?
Where does that belong? Yeah.
And especially, is that something that's in a red chest somewhere?
Yeah.
Like the small iron electric poles.
Yeah, those. I mean, what can we do? What can we realistically do about those? We're never
We
those
can
sort of
trash
things.
them.
Oh, it's true. I forgot about crushing or pulverizing, or whatever it's called. Yeah.
I'm more meaning just saying we don't care about this anymore. We're never going to. Let's get rid of it, even if we don't get anything from it.
Hmm. Yeah, I guess.
Oh no, iron electric poles are used for the medium electric poles,
Oh, okay.
so that those can actually be used up. Just hope they're not being made somewhere on the bus. So I couldn't find them.
If we're making medium electric poles, we must be making.
So they're being made right next to that.
Oh, okay, right, yeah. That
Or whether
sounds-
they're made anywhere else.
So these are tier 1 speed modules. Actually, let's set that to as Tristan was saying. Let's set these to reasonably small requests, so that they don't suddenly, so we don't just end up stealing all of the robots forevermore. We'll just steal a trickle of them forevermore. These are tier 2 speed modules, so we'll have again 100 of those. Up here we have. Oh no, we're already set up for that. Tier 3 speed modules. We'll have 100 of those. Yep, they're on the way over. And then over here.
Are these not in... Oh, are they in green chests down at the bottom?
That's a good point.
Where you're unloading the train?
I should check that. It was mostly the 1s and the 2s that I wanted to pull out. The 3s, yeah. That's a good point. That's a fair point. No, they're in red chests. All right, I'll turn off the request for 3s because that's going to go horribly wrong. Thank you. Thank you for the sanity check.
So you could convert those to green chests and request them down there.
Yes, that makes more sense. Or to be honest, they'll just get. I was going to say they'll just get brought in and used up anyway, but they probably won't actually. Oh, someone's tried to do the same over here already with a yellow warehouse. It just, well, I don't know whether it's either not worked or it hasn't pulled them all in. So I'll get rid of that. And this one here. Oh, you're right. So you're requesting tier 1 greens. And yes, it's getting some. You're supposed to be requesting tier 2 greens. We don't know if there are any of those because we haven't got the Roboport yet. And we're not going to do the tier 3 greens because, as Tristan points out, that's be a bad idea. We'll just have them going around in circles forever. Then down here on the other side, we don't want to do the tier 3 reds for the same reason. But the lower tiers, yeah, we want to do those. So we'll give you a loader like that, or an unloader. And then tier 2 reds, we'll have 100 of those. Which apparently there aren't any because we don't have a Roboport. Because it's not in range, so put that there. And then another one there. And hit. Oh, that just straight up hasn't been placed. Because there's no Roboports in range. Huh. This must have all been built by hand, or at least by personal bots, because I think it seems to be. outside the... Yes, there's another hole in the Roboport network here. Okay. But at least this should pull some of them out of the ridiculous piles of enormous numbers of low-tier modules that we've got, mostly from ripping up huge areas of free power systems. Okay, so I think... Did I program all the blue... No, I haven't programmed this blue chest yet, but I've got all the rest of them are done. So let's go and have a look down the other end.
Okay, the plague rocket is not fired from a heavy rocket launcher or a railgun, but if I have an empty weapon slot, hang on. It would put it in. I know I can manually put it in there, but...
Did you try a normal rocket launcher?
I have not. I should do that.
And we'll summon any rough data substrates to here.
Otherwise, you have to build a weapon delivery thing.
And just drop it at your feet and it'll go bang and you go, ah! And then it'll kill them
Well,
all.
that was my assumption, is that it would use a weapons delivery cannon. Because of the aforementioned, absolute annihilation of all life on the planet.
Yeah, and it definitely can use a weapons delivery cannon, but it doesn't seem to have. It's possible it doesn't have to. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just sort of curious that. Well, it's a point of it would be useful in the future.
It'd be worth. Yeah.
Describe it.
It'd be
It'd be nice if the ammunition said what weapon it was compatible with.
Yes, that's true.
And the weapon, the two, basically. There don't appear to be any rocket launchers in the warehouses of Shaman Novus. That surprises me, to be honest.
I don't think we've really used rocket launchers at all. We've used the heavy rocket launchers because that's what you need for the nukes. But I don't think we've used the generic rocket launchers because nothing really. We haven't used generic boring rockets because they don't produce a big enough bang, so they're not exciting enough.
Yeah, 25 heavy rocket launchers have been made, but no normal rocket launchers.
Yeah, so I'm just going to go and grab a few components.
Why have we made 25 of them?
Probably somebody set up a machine and left it.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
Yeah,
Train jam?
That's basically my understanding.
Jam.
Yes, we have a train jam.
Yes.
There's a...
I'm going to go around that way.
Are you trying to go around downwards? No, you're trying to go over that. Why aren't you going? Oh, because the signal... Yeah, that one. That'll clear it for now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's two junctions too close together, but...
Yeah, I mean, there's room for two trains between each of them. Between them, rather. But apparently that's not enough. Or do you mean that top and bottom of the turnaround are two trains too close together?
No, it's that the... Oh, I don't know.
It's because there are too many trains trying to turn around in this area.
Yeah.
Maybe turning the this area into a roundabout and getting rid of the... Oh, for goodness sake, not the train. Turning this area into a roundabout and getting rid of the other turnaround would be a good way of sorting it.
Yeah.
But that's sorted it for now, by the looks of it. I think they're just going to. I think the trains are going to wiggle their way through and start behaving themselves. Yep, well spotted, Doopy. I was completely not looking for train jams at all, and didn't notice that one. Okay, so that's a bit of the shame. I think the rest of it, I'm not. I don't know. I feel like I've dealt with the easy stuff, and the rest can just linger. Snowdrop is out of elevator cable and eating itself. Did you notice my comment about that, Tristan?
Yes, it is requesting more. So in theory, it should have sorted that out.
Okay, good.
It has not. It's. Why is processed fuel coming out of? That needs to be on there. Okay.
I haven't started requesting the modules over here yet, despite setting that up as it was to do so.
Yep. Plague rocket fast for a regular rocket launcher, not a big boy rocket launcher.
this mean you're? Oh, this means you're about to head back there to do it. Presumably.
Yes, it does. I have a few spare toys as well. Right. For honor and glory.
Oh, there's a load of tier 2 modules up here. More shame.
Tier
more
1s were
shame.
needed for something, weren't they?
Yes, but they shouldn't get into the robo system. They should only be in the being sort of passed around on the yeah. So the tier 2s need to be pulled out of here, I think, and maybe sent back down to Norvis where they'll be tidied up. We've got a chest thing for that, haven't we? Yes, down here. There's this thing. This chest can be set to request these and these, and that'll gradually get rid of them. There's going to be a lot of robo handling in there, but never mind. They'll all get brought over, dumped into the they get brought over by robots, dumped into the trains here, taken down to the ground, where they'll then get picked up by other robots and taken over to Module City to be made into tier 3 modules, where they'll be brought back up again to here to be turned into higher tier modules, or possibly used wherever they're required. Yes, the green chest does pull out of yellow chests. However, most of the ones on the bus over here are red chests, because we don't want... When I set this up, I want the bots to always drop stuff off in this one, which means it'll rattle all the way down here and be sorted appropriately, and go into the correct place. Whereas if you didn't do that, if they're all yellow, then you'd probably find that one of these chests would fill up and you'd end up with sulfur being put in the one down here, or it would get it wrong somewhere along the lines anyway. So, or you'd run out of sulfur and then it'd get put in the chest down here. Or it would go wrong somewhere. So I've used red ones for all of these.
Tristan, the
Hello?
Immersium train isn't leaving the station. Does that mean that we have enough Immersium products everywhere?
Good question. It should do. Yes, we appear to have over 4K of each of them.
Okay, cool.
No, 4K. Sorry.
No, it looks like we're requesting crystals. Is the train full of crystals?
It has not full, but it has crystals. Yeah. Does it have to be full to leave?
So it has to be full to leave due to crystals being wanted.
Yeah.
If plates
got
are
it.
wanted, it would leave now, but plates
Yeah,
aren't
yeah,
wanted anymore.
Okay, got it.
So maybe that will work now. We'll see.
Yes, greens do pull from red chests. It's just blue ones don't pull from green chests unless you tell them to. And I think that's about the only non-obvious bit of it. Alright, I need another one of these. No, not that. Oh, fine, whatever. Copy of that, then. Including tiles, but not train stop names. I can't tell if train stop names is ticked. There we go. Yes, so including tiles, but not train stop names. Yes, the module city in space is supposed to be pulling all of the modules out of the bus, because there shouldn't be any modules on the bus. That's not quite true. There shouldn't be any tier 3 modules on the bus. I'll show you in a second when I've placed this blueprint. Right. So over here, we're pulling tier 3 modules from out from the bus to stockpile them here. The train system over here is no longer bringing tier 3 modules up from the ground to bring them up here, because we don't need them. So I think I've removed the request from here. It's kind of hard to tell because there's so many different requests in the system. But I've also certainly set a thing down on the ground that says, oh no, I haven't unset it, but there is a thing down on the ground that says don't bring them up. So if let's get rid of that and that. I don't know where the productivity one is. Probably in here as well. So the tier 3 modules are not getting brought up to here anymore. So any tier 3 modules that are required in space will come from the be brought over from the new module city, where they're being brought up to by train. Yes, the modules. Yes, the tier 1 and tier 1 modules, these ones that are being used for science pack production, are not being requested over here because this. Oh. Yeah. So over here, I've only requested tier 2, I believe. Let me just check that for sanity's sake. Yes, I've only requested the tier 2s over here because they shouldn't. Because the tier 1s are supposed to be over there on the bus. The tier 3s, the tier 1s and the tier 3... No, the tier 2s are not supposed to be. So the tier 2s are getting taken down. The tier 3s are getting taken over to the new module area. Does that make sense? Have I gone... and we could probably pull it... Yeah, so yeah, there we go. We'll pull all of these tier 2 modules out that we don't want to have available. Even though for some reason there's 2,300 of them up here in this space. There's a lot of these modules up in space. So we'll pull all these back out of the chest of shame, take them down to the planet, and get them reprocessed down into higher tier, better modules. Okay, good. I'm glad that made sense. I realised I was sort of waffling around the subject a little bit.
I'm still not getting the modules. No worries. Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I was going to say there are definitely tier 3 modules in a green warehouse over there.
I switched to the blue chest, but didn't tick the request.
Yeah. The number of I can certainly sympathise. The number of times I've done that is I don't want to count because it'd be depressing. All right, and over here I need to fill in some gaps in the scaffolding. Like that. And wait, what? Okay, that. Don't know what this bit's for. And then, yeah, I'm going to need lots more scaffolding. Oops, I had scaffolding. Lots more scaffolding over here because I'm definitely going to need the gold things. I'm going to need I'm going to need an area that's similar to this, but not quite the same, because matter science is kind of weird. That's catalogues, but never mind, we can find it here. It takes in most of the others. Let's not look at bio, because bio is also a little bit weird. Over here, we have a system where you bring in a miscellaneous thing, and in the case of this one, that's scrap. So that's fine, we've got that belt there. You bring in significant data, again, fine, we've got that. You bring in the appropriate catalogue, fine, got that. But you also need to bring in, for this one, we also need to bring in particle streams. So these machines are going to need to be slightly further apart in order to fit in the additional in the additional piping to bring in the particle stream. I'm hoping that I'll be able to just bring that in straight down the middle and have the coolants going in and out the top and bottom again. But I will not be surprised if the machines are configured wrongly for that. At some point, we might also want to consider switching over to advanced research servers. Not yet, it turns out, because we don't have AI cores or immersium beams. So that's going to be a little way off in the future, but it's a thing we might want to do, and we'll probably find we have to do for deep space science. But let's not worry about that for now. Let's worry about one thing at a time. Over here, I'm going to have to bring in whatever that other fluid was. So I'm going to need another station in here like this. So we'll put that in like that for now. And again, it's going to also need signals here and here, and a station over here, and oh, that's in the way. Let's put that a little bit higher up. Now we can actually put it where it's supposed to go, namely here, and hopefully the Roboport will be able to do that. Let's put the other one back in, and for now, and just in case it can't, because it's unpowered, it probably won't work properly. In fact, let's not do that. Let's put that there, and then I can still remove it later, but I can still carry on with what I'm trying to do at the moment. So that's that. In fact, let's copy all of this. No, wait, let's not, because this is just going to be a straight up normal drop off for whichever of the many things I'm dropping off station. It's good. This is just going to be another drop off station for a fluid, so we've got plenty of those, and I need to remember which one it is first. Also going to need a load of this over here for everything to land on. So where do I normally put that in relative to the station? It's about yay big, and goes from the bottom of the station stuff upwards. So that would go here and here, and that's probably no, one more. That's probably going to be big enough for Material 1 and Material 2, I expect. We shall see. There, we can get rid of that. Over here, what is all this? Oh, okay, because there's 2 stations for each thing. That's why the belts are doing that. So bring the belt across there, and down here, and this one splits there. Goes up there. Fine. There we go. You haven't been given a name, no you haven't. Good. Okay, so this is going to be the Matter Science drop-off station. It's going to be relatively straightforward. We're going to have Matter Catalogues 1 and 2, and then a couple of things dropping off scrap. So you're not going to be that. You're not going to be Bio 1. You're going to be Matter 1. You're going to be actually we'll leave you as Bio 2. You're going to be scrap. Where do I find scraps? In here, I think. Yes, there it is. So we'll have 2 unloading the scrap because there's going to be lots of it compared to the other ones. Fine. And then down here, same sort of thing. Like that. And then, oh yes, across here we need to program these as well. So you are for when Matter Catalogue is less than 0. You are when Matter Catalogue 2 is less than 0. And these ones are going to be scrap is less than 0, so we unload that as well. Okay, so now when the train turns up here, we'll get all the stuff we want. Lovely. And so, oh, we're going to need to bring these fluids up as well. So let's put in some pipe work for them. I assume, yes, you are warm and super chill. That comes up there. We don't need this step because we're not making insights. So we can just bring the... Yeah. Okay, this is going to be remarkably simple because there's only the 2 science types, because there's only 2 types of science here. So let's take this one. Bring it over here like we have before. Okay, we're going to go a bit further than that. Okay, to about... Apparently this is where we start building stuff. Then over here, let's bring it up a bit, because I'm going to want to put the coolant in somewhere. So bring it up about this far. That's probably sufficient. I can run over that way. Then let's put in a copy of this, and then have a look at how complicated things look. Take that, put that in there. No, wait. One up from that. There. And then when that machine drops in, we'll program it up and see how things go from there. Meanwhile, we also want to bring in the scrap. Like that. And the significant data. And those can go in on this belt. So significant data comes up here. Like this, under that, fine. I mean, Marc should have gone underground for all of these, but never mind. It's easy enough to punch through the through there like that. Putting a splitter to be good. I don't think it's really necessary, but whatever. And that pops up there. So that is now the scrap and the significant data going in there. The 2 types of material catalogue, matter catalogue, sorry, going along there. We can bring the coolants in and out at the top and bottom, hopefully, and then we'll just need to figure out what to do with the ion stream. I think it's ion stream in a moment. Oh, this is going to be Matter 2, of course, so this isn't going to run at all for a little while, which is why it's pulling in as well as out. We don't need these bits because there's only 2 types of matter science. There we go. There's my machine. Oh, pink cloud. Okay. You're probably right. I just lost track of which one was which. Spot on. Particle stream. Pink clouds. Yes. So we'll select that here anyway, and have a look at what we get from that. So that's yeah. If I rotate this like that, we've got. If I got it the same way up as down here, got chilled at the top. This isn't super chilled. This is merely cold. That's surprising. Oh, unfortunately, there is a feed of super chilled right here next to it, so I can nick that. But turns out biological is a bit warmer than all the other ones, so yeah, why not? Okay, so we'll have that in there. When we need sort of 3 or 4 of these, I might go for 4 just because it's a more difficult science, and it's maybe I'll just go for 3 and we can speed module them or upgrade them to better machines or something like that. But this is going to actually be doing Matter Science 2. So at the moment, for now, we won't give it a recipe just yet. Oops, it had picked up some things. That was unfortunate.
You're going to put a blue chest for those now while you think of it.
All right, yeah.
Because they're going into the warehouse of shame.
Blue chest goes there. And I'll go back and program it in a bit, probably. So I want to have 3 of these, but they need to be spaced apart that far. And so we'd have a... I could beacon them, but I mean, if I do beacon them, I'll put the beacon in up here somewhere. The wide area beacons have huge coverage, so that'll be fine. Alright, and then I'll need a pipe on the side of the machine like that, and like that. And then an underground pipe to take it out. It's probably about here, like that. Like that. And these can be 5s instead of 3s. No. Don't do that. Take out that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Take out that. There we go. And now I can put 5 length pipes like that and that, because these have to be a little bit further apart. And the same here, like that. And then belts to join them up, and I think that's it. And that's going to be my material matter science production. Now, one of these outputs, the outputs for one of them is going to have to be on the opposite side of the belt to the other, but that's fine. I'll do that in a moment. So we just need now have about 6 of these. There's no other... The 2 types of matter science, if we look in FNEI, Matter 1 takes in scrap significant data, Matter 1, Catalog 1, particle stream and supercooled. Matter Pack 2 hello? Okay. Also takes in matter. So is that, and I don't know if that's a fluid or a liquid or solid or a liquid yet. So actually that's going to be a little bit harder.
Fluid.
Oh, it's a fluid. Okay, so that's going to be on the other side. So this actually isn't going to work. I'm going to need a bigger gap. Grr. And also arg. So do that then. Get rid of those. Copy all of that. And put it, so it can't go there, it has to go there. Which means I'd need to upgrade these pipes to 7s, but then they wouldn't link, so it's not worth it. So we're going to have 3 of those. And then a little bit of a gap for the sake of sanity. And then the other ones don't need that extra input, so actually we can put them a little bit closer together. I could use 7. Can I use 7? No, I can use. Still use 5. to fill in all the gaps like this. Is that a 3 gap there? No, it's a 4. Okay. Right, let's reprogram that blue chest now that it's probably been placed while I think of it. You are to request significant datas. Let's request 50 at a time. There are 10 in storage. Okay, well that'll that's not too bad. We've not pulled too many out and thrown them all on into the warehouses of shame. Right, let's give this a moment to finish. Actually, we've got this now, so I can tell that one I want it to start making Matter Catalogues, Science Pack 1, and rotate it like that. So we've got. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I know it's easy to fix as long as I know it needs to be done. Underground pipes like that, and then more long pipes up here. Hang on, this super chill is at the top, right? Okay. I need underground pipes again from here. Yeah, that is lined up. Then normal regular pipes like that to go around to here. And there. Right, so that's the super chill fed in, and we've got warm coming. Yes, warm coming out the other side, which is you. So we need some more of these. That's going to have to be a 5 or something before it can get under. Nope, have to be a 3 before it goes under. You have an audio desync. Well, you have a way of saying an audio has desynced. It is using the words, "Hey, the audio is desynced. Could you sync it back up again, please?" This reminds me of there are bees here. Let us depart immediately. To be honest, using the words is probably significantly better than using an emoji, because I wouldn't. I'd look at it and go, "What on earth does that mean?" I can't remember that emoji, because that's how things generally go inside my brain. Right, this is coming together quite nicely. I feel like we've got most of what we need. So these need to be flipped over to the other side, or the other ones do. It doesn't really matter which way. So you all drop on the far side, you drop on the near side. Good. Yeah, true, if I see it often enough. You usually only desync sort of a couple of times per session, I think. I'll have to admit, I'm not certain about that, though. Right, so here is this is the one that's making the tier 1s. We'll be getting the other 2 inputs we need there. And I still need to get the particle stream coming in. I'll do that in a moment. All of this I want to copy to here. So we've got 2, 3 of them. And then, yes, it's time to go shopping for particle stream. Where's there a spare anything to bring this up? Yeah, about here. Here will do. We'll have a pipe of particle stream passing through here, probably. It probably depends on how overworked the streaming computer is, and at the moment it does feel kind of toasty. Not excessively so. I think it's probably going to be all right, but we shall wait and see. Particle stream station. You're a particle stream station. You got your tanks on the bottom, which is mildly unhelpful, but let's give it a shot anyway. See if I can fit it in. You go... hang on, where am I building? I'm building over here. Yes. Okay, actually, there's plenty of room to put the station, to put it on the bottom, put the tanks on the bottom. There we go. So now we need to rename this to part... Oh, it is actually renamed... It got picked up as part of the blueprint. That's good then. We also need to sort out the fueling for the train here. So I'm going to get rid of this because it's different from the rest of the system around here and try and work out what on earth's going on here. Okay, that's the input there, and then we've got an output here of the dead batteries. That's fine. This is all a bit of a mess. Let's get rid of it. And we've got these belts over here. That's in the way, and definitely in the way. Let's move this across. Like that. Then I could put this belt coming up here, like this. And across there. And then another one underneath it coming back like this. And down there. Then we can put in, let's see which way around is it. Loading the train with that way. And unloading it this way. And I don't think we need quite so much belt on the end there. Right, that will now give me a supply of particle stream once the bots have flown in and placed everything, and that is done. So now I just need to link from here. Let's pipe out. Let's stick a pump on this, just because it feels like a good idea to have pumps on these things, even if it's not strictly necessary. Then I'm going to go from here. So I guess there, like that, that'll do. Down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I feel like trying to stay with the bus system as much as I reasonably can is a good idea, really. So we'll try and be good occasionally, and then fill it in there. Right, I think that should now be. Oop, there's the warm thermofluid and the ultra cold thermofluid. Those are both fitted and working. Just need the plasma stream to arrive, and then the train full of scrap and other miscellanea. So that's going to be down. That is this train down over here. You go to... Oh, right, okay, so you haven't been programmed yet. So you go to scrap pickup until... It says full cargo inventory, but that's not going to work because it's filling up with... It's only going to fill up to here. And it's not even actually running yet because it was turned off just in case things were wrong. So that's a good thing, really. So we should let this fill until it gets to 1,000, 2,000, 4,000 scrap. So fill until item count scrap is greater than or equal to 4,000. Then go to Matter. Okay, we don't seem to have a Matter station yet. Let's go and find that. So down here, there is a Matter station that is called Can. Okay, we'll change that. Matter Catalogue Pickup. Like so. Train at 1, fine. Train can go there as soon as it's ready to and pick up the stuff, and then when it's then it'll be a when completely full, then you can depart. So we need to get rid of the full cargo inventory. We don't want that. Then go to Matter Catalogue Pickup until full, and then go to... I probably haven't renamed the station yet. That's the good name for a station. Over here we have Matter Cat. I'm just going to call it Matter Catalogue Drop, even though strictly speaking it's dropping other things as well. And I guess yes, we set it to. I suppose yeah, we could set this to call for a train when it runs out of when it runs out of the Matter catalogues it's looking for. That makes a certain amount of sense. So we'll say at the moment it's only asking for Matter Catalogue 1. So we say press the right keys, it would help. -1. There we go. So now we activate. When anything is less than 0, we set train limit to 1. So at the moment, yeah, train limit is 1 because we're asking for these matter catalogues. I suppose actually we should, yeah, this should also have a scrap of -1 on it as well. So it's calling for both of those things. And then, the train will come over when it starts to run out of either of those. I could make the scrap one quite a significantly larger negative number, but it might not be necessary. So over here we've got 104 of each of the matter catalogues. I mean, that is, strictly speaking, that is as many as it would be picking up if we were only going after the matter. If we had both matter catalogues being picked up at the same time there, but we don't. So over here now we need to work out why this has all failed. It's because we're missing, well, both of these two actually, and that's due to a shortage of fire data and pressure data, whatever the pressure data is. So it's the train that's bringing stuff over from material science. So I think that's just going to be down to, yes, that's down to the lack of iridium still. So once we get a good healthy supply of iridium over here, and we can bring some over to whichever station it is that's collecting it, it's being dropped off at here.
Okay, I'm on Kothar and I'm going to fire a plague rocket soon.
Oh.
I'm just having to think about how I want to do this.
Fly out into the middle of Biterland.
Well, do you want to hear my sort of stream of thought, or do we want Laurence to give me a stream of thought and I just sort of do what he says, or something different?
No, you let us. You give us your stream of thought, because you apparently might have some thoughts. So where are you?
Okay.
Oh, this
So
is
right
Talos.
now I am here.
Okay, thank you.
So
you
if
are.
pull up your map, gentlemen.
I suggest you fire it here.
Where's there? Very good. My logic goes, when you fire a weapon at something, usually vital logic is to go to the point of origin of that weapon first, then attack basically stuff near that.
Yes.
Until the aggros. In
They
this
will-
case, it's going to be constantly taking damage, I suspect, and therefore constantly be re-aggroing on that sort of weapon. So what I actually want to do is ideally over here somewhere, on that side of the planet, set the thing
Yeah.
off, but I'm not going to fly that far. I have only got a small amount of time, relatively speaking. So,
That chugged because Mark followed your ping, and therefore generated planet.
Okay.
here it is. Fair enough. So my next logical point then is, because they're going to be constantly tick damage, I want to defend the base. The northernmost point which I genuinely care about is effectively there. It's not quite true, but it's near enough.
Why are you smoking?
Because I'm hot? I don't know.
No, really.
I genuinely don't know. Is this a cold planet?
Yeah, it does look like you're just sort of having little puffs of.
It is both
Listen,
hot and
Oh,
cold.
that might be the energy generator. You know, we are burning something.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Oh.
have portable generators, which exactly yes.
All right, you've not upgraded to nuclear like I have.
I've got a portable RTG as well, but it's just a faff. I mean,
I just use
nuclear fuel
solar.
isn't as available. Solar isn't anywhere near powerful enough to sustain.
Yeah, solar isn't good enough.
Yeah.
What Tristan's trying to
It's
say is he
fine.
never actually uses anything. Yeah, never actually uses his
Yeah.
player character,
Before
basically.
you fire the rocket, may I suggest that Tristan saves the game?
Yes.
That's probably sense.
That's a good idea, just in case unfortunatenesses happen.
Okay. So my logic goes. Ooh, no. So my logic goes: if they're taking damage all the time, and I've got a safe space which is quite a substantial portion of the, I've got up to almost half of the planet, if memory serves. Yeah. As safe in the north-south direction, I want to fire the weapon as far to the northeast as possible, so that the bites all go to there and then down, thus giving them the longest possible path before they find something to nom on, and then hopefully they die in that, and so I don't have to do any shooty.
The other point is potentially if you fire it here, then the ones down south will head north, the ones to the east will head west, and neither of them are trying to cross the wall to get.
That was
say
my
you were doing a
next
direct line.
Exactly. So my next point. Now, if you sort of look down here, you'll notice the glaives have actually done a really good job They're currently there and there. And those are the ones that were further down. And there's one there as well.
There's a couple up here at the
Those are
top,
the ones
top side
that
as well.
were. Those two on the top right, though, I put them there.
Okay.
The ones, those other three I pinged, I put them bottom left.
Right. Yeah. So they've worked their way up that.
Yeah.
I mean that makes a certain amount of sense. It's,
Yeah.
the glaives are being a little bit more sensible for you, it seems.
Yeah, the other point, as I refer you to our previous conversation, the other point is they've got this great big lake here, which is a good, helpful feature. So I think Tristan was nominally on the right idea, but I would draw that to the right. I'm thinking basically around here, somewhere sensible, the northern side of that lake. That's my gut feel as the best place. I would draw the biters towards it, assuming that my logic is correct, which it might not be. There might be some different thing that I don't know about.
The part of the reason I was
they've
going
also
so
got
far to the west was because there were biters there. And so just sort of trivializing it.
It'd be interesting.
Yeah, which is... It's a fair point. And so in reality, what I'm going to do is probably to the west of those biters.
Yeah.
I was thinking
Oh,
it might be
just
interesting to hit them with hit some biters with the plague rocket in the face and see what happens. See if,
True, yeah.
Yeah.
so we just need
I'm passing over a behemoth worm.
Yep, that seems to
Yeah,
seems to
there
have
we
got it. They take a bit of dying. They're like
do.
Murderall. They after they've taken enough damage to kill them, they don't actually realise they're dead until the dawn the morning after, or whatever the rule was.
I assume that's a Cosmo reference.
It's not actually. It's a Wheel of Time reference.
Okay.
Oh, says Tristan. That's why I didn't recognise it.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. All right. I'm approaching the lake, so this would then be technically the attack run.
Bam bam
I'm
bam
going to
bam
go,
bam
yep.
bam bam
What's your ping?
bam 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 bam.
I'm currently here.
I started humming too low and didn't have enough range left.
Bearing
Don't
north
kill
by
the fish.
northwest. The fish are going to have a bad day. Okay.
Give them
Wait,
environment
Presumably
six.
there'll be no fish left afterwards.
Presumably.
Yeah, have some fish. Oh, you don't have...
I don't know. I by default don't have them turned on because I know what you guys are like. Okay. And
there's some.
let's firing rocket.
Ooh.
But
Wow. Yeah. So it's immediate. Is that an
Yes.
immediate kill of? Oh no. And then
Only
it's just,
local ones.
and then
It's
it works
spreading.
outwards, spreads outwards. Oh, those
I'm
were
going
dead
to
already.
return to a basically to my lines.
These ones are still okay.
And these ones here. Oh,
There
there
we
they go. I think we're looking at the same ones then.
Oh,
I'm
well,
watching
they're
via the
pinging
stream because I'm returning to my lines for safety reasons.
It's not impacted the UPS quite as much as it was threatening to, but yeah. So indeed, it does seem to have. It seems to have slaughtered the nests and the
Dropping.
worms. Oh, it is.
Ooh, I need to
Yeah,
send
the
the glaives off.
Critters aren't
What do I?
really...
But the critters aren't dying. No. Well, there's some that are on fire here, but that's due to a glaive, not due to.
Are the critters taking damage?
No.
They're all...
No.
No, one just died. It just went from
Okay.
full health to nothing.
Right. Okay. So it's literally a timer, then drop dead.
Yeah.
Or it's a works through all of the entities.
Kill all entities
Okay.
in a
Big
non-UPS
biter
killing
here
way.
is just...
Oh yeah, I just saw one die for no visible reason.
So Kothar is now listed as a plague world.
Oh.
Interesting.
Yep, the big biter I was just watching. Just standing there and just went, nope, no more.
Yeah, I'm watching a group of them, and they are gradually just sort of collapsing.
Dwindling.
Nice.
Have you landed, Mike?
I have not. I am
Because
still.
they may all
Oh,
be... They all may all be routing to you at the moment.
I'm
you
over a
had
lake.
you had a
yes.
gap in your defense.
That's awkward. Oh no.
Fail. I'm pretty sure the biters are not rooting for Mark. Sorry, I'm pretty sure the biters are not rooting for Mike.
My point is that when you
Yes,
land,
I know what you
they will
meant.
cancel. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean.
That was for Mike's benefit.
Okay. That bit of wall there is going to have a bad day. With the honest truth, I don't care about anything up there because up there is pollution scrubbing and there is
Yeah. As long as it delays them long enough that they die from the plague, and right before they get down to chew on any of your actual stuff, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Oh, now a bit of lag. Right, this is my defensive position. I'm going to sit here.
The ones down here are still alive near your wall.
Yeah, but that's fine. This, I'm going to be honest, is kind of anticlimactic.
Yeah, I was hoping for at least a mushroom cloud or something.
Oh, they killed the radar.
Yeah, they do seem to really, really hate radars.
But honestly,
You've got
losses are
the
relatively
glaive
light so
here
far.
that is just going to bypass this nest. It's going for the one further down.
Yep.
Maybe the nests are already counted as dead or something. Oh, yeah, I don't know. And it's now going after biters instead.
Is it one of these ones where it's sitting there planning out the next end targets? Maybe. That's the only thing I can think of that makes sense.
Yes, yeah,
It doesn't do it sensibly for that though.
No, it does take a very, very long route. Hey, Selcope, welcome. Yes, we've done something rather different with the trains in this to make things.
If you look up here, don't. Okay, fair enough. If you're on the map around here, you see all of the nests.
Yeah.
Oh, and none of them exist.
And none of them actually.
Well, I'm now just going to pan over the area, like I saw.
Yeah. So it has done a fair amount of.
They've all been obliterated.
Oh, you're over there. Okay. Over there. Yes.
Oh, the one the glaive just missed has been obliterated now.
Yeah.
Spread out that far.
But yeah, there's lots and lots of biters on the move. So it's interesting. Whilst they are definitely getting killed by the plague, they're not getting killed by the plague very quickly. So there is quite a lot of. They're basically there's a lot of them charging the walls.
UPS.
Yeah, the biters themselves aren't dying, but their bases are getting absolutely shreked.
The biters have been dying to the plague as well, though. We've seen some fall over dead for no apparent reason.
Yeah, but not that quickly compared to the bases.
Oh, true. Yes, the bases are definitely dying very, very quickly. The spawners and the worms.
I might turn these glaives off. Because at this point, I'm genuinely more nervous that they're going to.
Oh, they might activate onto a biter that's in the middle of your base.
Exactly, they're more likely to absent-mindedly cause chaos than they are to basically continue to be helpful.
Right.
And let's be honest, everything be dead.
Plague.
Okay.
Right. Well, yeah. I have to admit, I was hoping for some sort of big green cloud, but still, I mean, that's it was certainly interesting to see what happened. So yes, thank you for thank you for your show and tell.
You're most welcome.
Yeah. Setting up a central hub of for a train system does seem like a bit of an. Sorry, I'm replying to a comment now. We've got distracted a little bit from the plague.
Yes.
Setting up a central hub without using LTN sounds like quite a major undertaking. It depends, I suppose. If it depends on whether you're going to be sharing trains for things. I mean, I did in one of my vanilla runs a very, very long time ago, back before we had train limits. I did set up a system where all of the trains would bring ores to a central location, and then all take them, and then all of the metal plates be taken away from that central location, but they're all each train very much had its own special rule task.
That's the radius it's expanded to so far. So that is nearly the radius of the planet.
Okay.
From where you launched it.
Yep.
So another few minutes and it's probably finished. Other than fighters.
Well, yeah, I mean the very far side of the planet will be.
The question is he going to get any biter attacks from not unexplored areas? Presumably not, because it won't create the biters in those areas.
No, because unexplored isn't the same as ungenerated. Areas are generated when pollution spills over, unless you turn that particular setting off.
True.
Did.
Yeah, actually, there is a bit of pollution spilled out a bit somewhere, especially down here. Yeah. There's a lot of pollution spilled out down here.
That's basically it. We got to the point where just with the amount of stuff that I was doing in terms of pollution generation on Koth, I just stopped being pragmatic to try and keep on top of it with filters.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to So it will have okay. So what I actually meant is will the presumably the biters won't be coming in from the non-generated areas, but they will be coming in from the polluted areas because they've been generated even if they're unexplored.
Yes.
Yeah, but they won't. Yeah, they won't
The
come in from
UPS
further
is
away.
taking a heavy beating at the moment.
Yeah. I've just disabled my
Oh yeah, down to 35.
my pollution filter generation because I don't need it anymore.
Yes, we do indeed have a flag in the Solar Universe Explorer showing it is now a plague world and is now not safe because Mike did a massive fart. And
Mike,
yes, I can imagine
presumably
Selcopa that trying to set up LTN without LTN is going to be an absolute nightmare. I don't even want to think about trying to do that myself.
You
Sorry,
presumably
Tristan.
turned off the production of filters rather than the using of filters.
Yes.
You might as well spin round all the ones you've got to generate the free resources.
Well, yeah. They're suddenly the most expensive resources I own. Oh, that's fun. Basically my entire planetary steel supply came from barrels of mineral water.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you
And
probably
now
if
that
you're
I'm
just using
bringing
it for
my
making the filters, you probably didn't need very much. So yeah, it makes sense.
Well, it does nominally get used for the generic stuff on a bus, like chests and so
Oh
on.
yeah, I forgot you had a bus on there.
But you've got iron from core processing.
I could set up. I never set up a steel production plant. Is more the point. I could do, but I didn't.
Mike, can I draw your attention to this? Oh, hang on. Yeah, this warehouse, please.
Yes.
There's supposed to be enough iridium in there that it actually unloads, and there isn't. The station is deactivated. Because
It's a lack of iridium in existence. Is the station actually?
no, the
the
station is
station's
disabled.
deactivated as well.
It enables when iridium is greater than 0, which is obviously wrong unless you've done something very weird.
That should be L greater than 0.
Yes,
Yeah,
it should.
Yeah, I went. Well, that's what last used giant lobster. I didn't touch that.
Okay, I'll fix it then. I didn't want to go in and fiddle with your area without permission, consent and all that. Yeah, okay. Now the station is white, so that's good. It is asking for a trade. So we've still got the problem we don't have any iridium, but at least the station is trying to request some now.
Yeah,
And that will get some next time any arrives because it's
Really, really close. Yeah.
Of course, that is then going to make all the intermediates out of.
Oh yeah, that needs disabling as well.
So why has
Actually, I can't find where. Oh, here's.
Producing?
Oh, I've just taken out a piece of belt so that it won't. And then up here.
That'll presumably mean that stuff just won't work because the intermediates aren't being requested.
Probably.
Oh, what's backed up this time?
Okay, UPS has fluid covered.
Yep.
Yep.
And let's just see. Is
Yeah.
Kothar confirm hostile extinction? No threat detected.
No, it said that even when there were still biters left.
Oh,
As soon as you dropped the plague rocket, it said that.
Okay.
Okay.
But it does mean it'll never make any more. Perhaps that's what it means. I don't know.
At some point around now, it's probably worth trimming Kothar.
So hang on, something's gone funky with iridium production. I'm trying to work out what. So that goes in, but it's. Oh, I know what's happened. Oh, that's bad.
Oh dear.
Oh no. Right. Okay. Okay.
Yep, this does seem to be quite stopped.
It's because it's got crushed iridium has come in on the input thing, so one of the trains has.
Oh.
Or have I misnamed a station or something?
Oh yes.
what's your name? Iridite pickup. It should be crushed iridite pickup.
Dope.
Fixed it.
For
Right.
certain values of.
Well, I just got to go and purge the thing now, which is honestly, it's not actually as bad as it sounds.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's not a huge amount in the warehouse actually. So yeah, you're right. It's not. It's getting it off all the belts. Is going to be the annoying fiddly part.
That's what I mean by
If it's
purge,
iridium,
which-
the warehouse could be full, and that'd be about 10.
Yeah, but it's still the amount that has to go into his
It's still
inventory if he does it by
500
hand.
stacks.
It's still
Yeah.
stacks worth.
Yeah.
Um,
But I can.
Well, at that
just...
point, it's more compact on a belt.
true. Yeah.
In fairness, I can just pick it up and then shift C.
Yeah, that might work actually. It might put it
Yeah.
into the outputs of the pulverizers, which are close by, and yeah,
I
be
believe
done.
it does indeed do that.
Or if you stand, if you stand by these warehouses here, you'll probably be able to. Yeah, you'll be able to see the both warehouses and just. Oh, okay. You can do that as well.
Just do like this.
FYI, Mike, in your material science production area, it was not set up to use the intermediates that are coming up from Norvis. I've turned off a couple of belts to stop it making the beams and the bearings, but it isn't bringing them up from the ground at the moment, so that is going to be a problem. And it's also going to be a problem for me because I need the pressure data from you as well. So I may end up going in and fixing it myself, and if I do, I'll probably do it in a different way to the way you would have done it, and you'll be very sad.
Yeah, it needs fixing. I would be honest, mate. I'm gonna fix Kothar first.
Yeah, that seems fair. We do need the supply of the of iridium anyway for all of those things to actually work. So, yep, okay. Just thought I'd let you know.
I just panned over the what's it called? The thing you just done, Matter Science Catalogue train, and thought there was something wrong with it because it's got a load of scrap in it.
It has indeed got a load of scrap in it.
What? Why? How?
I'm just going
The
to.
Matter Catalogue train.
Yeah, the Matter Catalogue train. This one's
Not
just leaving down
material,
here.
matter.
Oh, sorry, Matter. Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's full of scrap and catalogues, and that just, as Tristan says, it just
sorry,
looks
it's
wrong.
supposed to have. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a weird recipe. I mean, I guess if you're just doing matter, you might as well use whatever junk you've got lying around. It could be anything that's fed in. You just need some matter, apparently. But for it to use scrap, does feel weird.
Laurence, were you hoping that was going to go over there?
Yes. Oh, I've not programmed it, have I? Derp.
Right. Well.
Add station Matter Catalogue
That was
drop.
genuinely really anticlimactic.
Hmm.
Yeah. I can't remember what's being fed through from circuit signal. I think I got distracted halfway through by the anticlimax. So over here, what are we doing? We are sending an. Oh no, we're requesting the train. So we want to leave when I can't remember how do these work these days. So what do you do? You leave. Oh, you leave on a second of inactivity. Okay, that's fair enough. So the idea is the train goes to here until it fills up with the cargo inventory. It gets triggered when the station over here has run out of one of the things that it needs, and it then goes over. It'll unload whatever it's got in it until there's been some inactivity. And if there's an inactivity, it means it's run out of something that the station needs, and therefore it needs to go off and fill up again. So we'll do that. And then over here, there are going to be some. Actually, these have all been set up, haven't they? So we've got 1,000 there, 1,000 there. These I'm going to put up to 5,000, I think. So we unload a bit more of those because there's several times as many. I can't remember what was the recipe. How many times more was it? And was it 10 times more? So these should actually be 10,000.
Yeah, you said 10 times before.
Yeah, so these should all be 10,000, not 5,000. There we go. So we'll dump out 10,000 into here if we've got it. The Matter Catalogue ones have poured through as we would expect. They'll come in over here, and we will start making. Well, when they come all the way over to here, we will start making the Matter Science ones. They will come out on the belt. Oh, thank you. There we go. Glad one of us is paying attention. Right. So yes, over here we are now making Matter Science. So this is great. We've got the Matter Science coming out, but we are going to have scrap and miscellaneous junk coming out of here as well. So, this is going to be annoying because if we look at this, we have junk data cards and broken data cards coming out. And what about number 2? Yeah, junk and broken again. So we're going to need to take out the. We're going to need to have two splitters in here. It's not too bad, to be honest. We can do this. Who's still delivering stuff by delivery cannon over here? Oh, it's Mike. I should have known. So this also needs to be upgraded to a proper resources train. But yeah, I guess that's. I don't know whether that's on Mike or on me. Either way, though, it needs upgrading.
It's on you.
Okay. I'll do that in a minute. Right, I now need to decide where to shove this belt. So we're going to have another 2 because of matter data. We're going to have advanced tech cards. Maybe they'll be able to come in on this train, and if so, then that's fine because they can come in round through here, straight across this way. That's much. Oh no, they can come in down the other side of this belt. That's even better, even easier. Yeah, 1 belt with 2 packs is fine, but I need to put that belt somewhere because these 2 belts are sort of earmarked for deep space science. So I need to find another run that is completely empty. Now this one looks pretty. This one I was going to say looks pretty good, but this is the one that has insights and is a sort of a fairly local internal one. But there isn't room to go underneath this stuff. The best one is probably going to be this one here. That goes up the edge of the fluids because there's the thermofluid because there are only I was going to say there's only 3 flavors of thermofluid. That's not true. There's 4 flavors of thermofluid, but we're only using 3 of them. So I think yes, using this column here is going to be the way to go. So let's bring a belt along here. We can go under all of these pipes, and that's going to be absolutely fine and actually relatively easy. Bring that up there as well. Then, so here we're going to pull out the matter thing 1 here, and we're going to pull out over here. We're going to program this to pull out. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Something else because we need to program it with something, and then that means all of the junk stuff will carry on along this belt to be disposed of appropriately. Or alternatively, go smack into the side of the station here. Actually, that's fine. Going into the side of the station, not such a problem. Because we're going to bring it up here. And then out this way on that belt. That should be fine.
Tristan?
What belt is this?
The rare metals spaceport is an issue again.
Just struggling to keep up. We do not have a solid blue belt of it coming in. Oh, right, somewhere else is taking it at the same time.
Okay.
There we go. So, science packs on this belt, junk on this belt. Lovely. Let's now link that in. I need to make sure I reprogram that when we start making the other type of matter science. But that should do nice. Oh, wait, no, it won't. That won't work. No. I made this mistake before with all of these ones. You need to pull the junk out immediately. Otherwise, your tier 1 catalogues, your tier 1 science packs don't get to the tier 2 machines to be made into tier 2 science packs. So actually, I'm going to need to put one of these in here. And I do need a second belt coming through here. and then I guess I can merge them here. That'll be fine. Yeah, so this one needs to pull the junk out to the top. So only the matter sciences are allowed to go along the bottom belt here. But yeah, once I've done that, that's easy. That's straightforward enough to fit in. Just need to wait for all that to get built. What was the other thing I was in the middle of? Oh yes, finishing off this belt. I was waiting for that to get... There we go. So that's both the matter sciences, or at least it will be eventually. That's nice. Come on, I need that splitter, then I can program things up. Oh, let's see if we've got rid of all that sulfur. That's a thing that we're fiddling with earlier and messing around with and being generally nasty and gross. Oh, we have, and Marc's come in and gone, what are you doing, and fixed it for me. Okay. Okay, sand. Fair enough. Ooh, look, some immersium plate.
Yep.
Hurrah! That's nice. I approve of that. Things in general, the whole world can start to gradually work again now we have a supply of immersite. Well, to an extent, we still need a supply of everything else: iridium, cryonite, holmium, bio stuff. The vulcanite looks healthy again though, which is nice. Absolute stream of it pouring through here. Isn't Discord's noise cancellation supposed to remove coughing and snuffling and other sort of biological noises?
Yeah, apologies. It's supposed to. Usually I just mute myself.
I think it's you and Mark have both been making sort of biological noises.
Sorry.
I don't want to be... I feel sort of rude complaining about it, but...
It's alright. We're used to you being rude, don't worry.
Oh, it's okay then. I won't apologise.
The good news is I've nearly finished cleaning out all of the, what's it called? Iridium contamination here.
Ooh. Lure entity belongs to AI signals, but one expects...
That was me nudging something.
Oh.
I won't do it like that in future.
Please do not press this button again. Ah, we've got the splitter I needed. I can now program you to say to the output to the left, those things, matter science packs. Now I can do that, and all the junk will go around the top. The matter science packs will carry on through here. Junk will be stripped out along this way. That should work, I think, based on my understandings and the way I built absolutely everything else everywhere else. Those will flow through, and we should... Well, we have made our first matter science packs. We just haven't got them into the labs yet because that's a bit of a distance. Oh yeah, and I haven't put in the belts for it yet. I haven't finished the belts for it yet. So down here, we'll put that across there. That can go there. Because the junk does need to be taken away. I'll go up and have a look at that again in a second. Because we basically, if we look up here, we have there is going to be more junk. Once we start making Matter Science 2 in these machines, we're going to have more junk coming along here. I mean, I suppose actually I could put this merger after here and run the belt across here, but I don't know. I just thought I'd put it back in as soon as possible in inverted commas. There shouldn't be any throughput problems because I don't think we're going to be making science packs that quickly. These guys need to be upgraded to stack inserters by the look. Maybe not actually. Oh, well, I've started, so I'll finish. The outputs ones actually are probably going to be they're going to be disgorging quite a lot of junk as well. So let's upgrade them. Right, that system is working. They are now running down the belt. There's a flood of them there. Good. Just need to get the bridge down here built, which we've now almost got. So that goes there, to there, to there. That goes in there. Right. And now we have, well, I say now. Once these have been built, we will be then feeding the matter science into the labs. We've not made an enormous number of them yet, so I don't know if we're going to be able to do an actual full research project with the matter science, but we can at least sort of think about trying to. So what does that mean? What are our priorities in that area, do you think? Is that something we're going to go, ooh, now we've got matter science, I immediately want to go and do matter fusion or naquium processing or nanomaterial? Or do we just go, okay, that's nice, we'll do something with those later?
I think it depends very much on what they give us.
That's a fair question.
So matter fusion immediately is not of use. Matter fusion 2 might be. But then the advanced stuff, which is more useful for getting rid of excess stuff, takes a deep space one. So that's a limited use.
So this uses a data card and particle stream to produce a small amount of ore. That doesn't seem all that useful.
Okay.
It
It's
uses
quarter to 11.
1%.
Yeah, but even so, turning 1% of a data card out, it doesn't seem like a worthwhile way of producing generic ores. But okay,
So the version 2 is the non-generic ores.
right, that could be more useful.
That uses fusion test data.
Oh yeah, potentially useful, especially perhaps for producing immersite, because that seems to be a tricky one to produce in general. Oops. But anyway, yeah, okay, so there is that. Naquium processing,
Then you've
obviously,
got
we're going to need for deep space sciences.
You do then have the reverse with matter liberation, which is turning random ores into pink cloud.
That could be
For
fun.
getting rid of excess.
Yeah.
Useful. But there was also the you could turn it into matter.
Yeah.
That seems to be.
But again, it burns through a bit of the matter liberation data cards as well. But
Converting particle stream into matter takes matter catalogues.
right, okay.
Not ideal.
Yeah, none of these things leap out at me as being, oh, that looks like a fantastic way of dealing with resource surpluses or shortages.
I was hoping for just to have an area where we could go, just dump any excess in here, and we'll get a tiny amount of matter out or something.
Yeah, exactly. Dump enormous amounts of rare metal or whatever we happen to have too much of at the moment in there, and get a trickle of immersium out or something like that, even if it is only a trickle. I note there's also nanomaterial, which will allow us to then move on to further advanced tech. So nanomaterial and naquium processing seem quite useful. They will be things that will get us further down the tech tree. More stuff will allow us to do more stuff in the future.
Nanomaterial followed by the high temperature heat exchanger and turbine could be. I mean, that's only helpful on Snowdrop
and possibly for spaceships. Although we were thinking of doing spaceships differently.
Singularity Lab might be worth grabbing. It's expensive, but it's research speed 10 plus 25 compared to what are the other ones? 5 plus 12.5, so twice the speed.
Fast.
So we'll put one of them in, and it might take more modules.
Yeah, if it takes more modules, it's very worthwhile.
Yeah.
Okay, that's something to work towards. Yeah. I've just realised I forgot part of the scrap disposal system, so it's clogged up here. But that was an easy fix, and it's only just clogged.
Oh, we need the advanced ones for the Singularity Lab itself.
The advanced what?
Tech cards.
Oh, right, okay. Well, that's kind of the next thing on the list to produce, I think, the advanced tech cards. So it's not. Yeah, that's.
Also, after nanomaterial, there's a space elevator cable, outer superconductive cable, nanomaterial, and aeroframe poles.
Okay, that sounds potentially useful. Superconducting cables are now being made in medium quantities, and Beryllium poles are fine. Nanomaterial, I think, is probably going to be fairly expensive to put together because it's got lots and lots of different things that go into it. But it's probably going to be manageable. If that new recipe feels cheaper than the old one, but I don't know what's going to be required for making the nanomaterials. That might make it less viable.
Okay, it's 10 to 11. I'm going to call it here, I think.
Okay.
I've cleared this up. What's interesting is now there's is one train on that particular side of the circuit. I'll rebalance it as time goes on. But as you can see here, I've brought in more crushed direct from mines on the right-hand side, and as this goes in, some of the other belts block up, and iridium processing is no longer throughput on availability of resources; it's on number of machines.
Hooray! That's good.
Which is, yeah, it's a huge step. I think.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that's definitely an improvement. In fact, let's. I was going to say let's have a look at the production graph, but I'm not sure it's had time. No, it hasn't quite had time to push all the way through yet. I suspect.
It'll need to. No, yeah, exactly. It'll need to catch up a little bit.
But yeah, something I can look at in the videos anyway and go, oh look, it's gone up by %. That's excellent. That's what we need.
Yeah. Yes, it's that machine specifically seems to just be going flat out. Interestingly, the one before it has more problems with cation exchange beads. But anyway,
it's interesting.
You can see, rather notably, that more furnaces are now active over here. Only the first 2 or 3 ever were previously. Now up to 5.
That's wow. So that's
the big.
So you reckon it's more than doubled? That's very good. Well, maybe roughly doubled.
No.
Oh, did you say 3 to 5? So you said 2. Oh.
Yeah, it was 2 to 3 previously. It's now
4 to 5.
3, 4. It's hitting the 5th sometimes.
Yeah. Okay.
It's nearly doubled.
So yeah, it's. I suppose actually, if
let's have a look at the production graph.
Or
iridium
crushed. Or I'd look at crushed iridite personally.
Well, I thought I'd look at the final thing. So yeah, it now seems to have peaked up at about 328 per minute, whereas before it was running at about 223. So yeah, 50% increase so far. If I look over 10 minutes, and looking over 10 minutes, it's now more. It's higher than 320, whatever I said. It's but yeah, maybe 400. It's dropped off a little bit, but
220-ish was the sort of previous stable peak.
Yeah,
and now that's. Okay, so that's significantly higher.
Yeah, definitely a 50% increase, which is not to be sneezed at all.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Cool. And that will become more consistent. So at the moment that's going to happen as trains come in.
I searched for iridium, and one of the things that's appeared on the consumption graph is one plague rocket.
Well, it's related.
It is, yes.
Anyway, good night everyone.
All
Thanks
right.
for the game.
See you next time.
Yeah.
And catch you all later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, so we've still got 75,000 iridium made and 87,000 used, but hopefully now things will settle down and become more better. Yes, I English good me. Well, it'll be worth seeing. Yeah, there's a couple of other places where the iridium is needed over in Norbit. So we found one of them is for the production of the actual material science cards themselves over here. The iridium is being brought in. The iridium will be brought in when an iridium spaceship arrives and then chopped up and all the appropriate stuff happening with it. But it's going to need all the intermediates to be brought over as well. Also over here we have here we have a delivery cannon chest that is bringing in vulcanite and iridium in order to make the iridium intermediates up in space, which is again, as previously discussed, a bad thing. TM. So we need to program the train that's bringing up the train that's bringing up these things should not be bringing up these things. It should be bringing up all the iridium intermediates. So that's going to be a bit of a mess to clean up, but not unmanageable, I think. a lot of this could actually just be probably chucked into the into the Roboport system, and over here, and then just chucked out of these chests over here, because we've got rare metals, we've got heat shield tiles, all of that can that could just be put into the Roboport system. So maybe the correct way to do this is just going to be to firstly turn this off. So where's the requester? Here's the requester. No and no. We're not doing that anymore. That's bad. We'll let the machines... I guess we'll let them... machines run through that. And then over here, there's presumably another request. Yes, this one. This is also bad. This needs to be requesting iridium ingots. It needs to be requesting iridium intermediates, which is the girders, the bearings, and the heavy composites. Those can all be brought up to here by the train, and then we can unload them along here. And well, the ingots will still be chopped up here into the plates, but then we'll replace the girders and the bearings and the composites with the ones that are being brought up from the ground. But I'll let it run through all of this stock first, because I might as well. But in the meantime, I can go back down to Norvis and then start reloading the train with different things. So it's... I don't know which train it is. This one, presumably. Material Science Park pickup. Yes, that sounds right. So along here, we don't need those two things anymore. What we need instead is all of the iridium things, and those are those are all down here. So it's these columns up here that we want to pass it into. That, and that. No, that, and that. Because then we can have this one coming up from here. This one will go up here, so we'll need to remove that as well, and then we can put in some undergrounds there. So that'll go from here. And then this one will go from here. And we'll put undergrounds in there and there. And then belts like that, that, and that. I was originally thinking this was going to go down and up again, but to be honest, the holmium stuff is in the way, so it's easier not to. Otherwise, I would have put this all shifted this. Oh no, I couldn't have shifted this one forward because it needs that underground in there. So that is, it actually is all correct as it is. So then the other side, these all come up along here, like that, and get fed in along here. And here. And then what order are these in? So this is the first one. Is the first is heavy composite. Oh, I need ingots as well. Oh, they're coming from the top. So I need heavy composites, then girders, then bearings. So we have. Wait, what? Yeah, that's never going to be vulcanite. Okay, so heavy composites. Girders are in here as well. Good. Girders and bearings. Not trees, but bearings. There we go. So that'll feed all of those up into the train and load it up with all the various things it needs. It's still got a load of heat shielding and rare metals in there that need to be got rid of at some point. But c'est la vie. Also need to bring in iridium here. Like this. Bring it down here, and this is fine. Just do that. There we go. And then bring this over like that. This is not fine. This one is going to be iridium ingots. And I need to just put the other side of this over here. Through there. Right, there we go. So there we go. That's all the iridium intermediates being passed through into here now. Except these ones, which we apparently have enough of already. Oh yeah, we chucked a load in, and that was enough very, very quickly. Yeah, nice. Ingots. Yes, this all looks to be absolutely fine. These will never flow again, hopefully. Now we go up to Norva's orbit, back over to here, and we go, right, so we're going to have a lot of miscellaneous things being dumped into here. We need to set the belts up to deal with those. Let's copy from somewhere else. Yeah, let's copy a couple of these loaders because they're definitely not going to accidentally unload something. We've got the ingots already. That seems to go down... Wait, what? Oh, it goes underground. There's a... that's for unloading the train batteries. Okay, so that goes immediately underground, goes over here. It's passed through here, goes up, and okay, we're feeding those into the delivery cannon chest up here. That's a bit weird, but okay. You don't need vulcanite for that. That's fine. Yeah. So you've stopped because you don't have vulcanite. You've stopped because you don't have girders. You've stopped because you don't have... Why have you stopped? Oh, because you've got too much stuff in general. Alright, let's let that run until it uses up all of the girders. This machine is staying. This machine is not. These are not staying. We don't want those. Don't want that. I am going to, and I think I can safely say we don't want any of that anymore, or that. And I can just feed this belt across here like that. There we go. We don't need vulcanite coming out of here. We never have done. So that can be rotated like that, and that one like that. So we've just got, this is now just a belt of iridium ingots. And down here, you're not going to be vulcanite. You're going to be the next thing we need. Oh no, don't, oh, fail. Let's put that back in there because that wasn't supposed to happen. Now I want you to be, let's say girders, because that's the first one, and we're doing it in order. Feels sort of vaguely sensible. Now we can flip these back around. Oh no! Well, that's bad. I'll tidy that up with the bots later. So these are the girders. They need to get over to here. This is going to get quite spaghetti, but that's what happens when you retrofit, and Mike was responsible for the original design, unfortunately. Down here we'll take the bearings, I think, and that means we don't need those anymore. And down here we'll take the composites. That means we don't need that anymore. Now the bearings are no longer, yeah, the girders are no longer being made. The bearings are no longer being made because it's run out of girders, probably. But there are a few bearings here still, so we'll try and let these get used up first. We need to do some material science to pull stuff through a little bit. I think we're doomed for all of this. This is all going to get taken away by robots at some point. We just need too much. There's just too much rare metal and other stuff around here for us to deal with in any remotely sensible way. And I could turn some of it will get turned into composite, so we'll let that carry on running, I guess. And along here, this can come through here, I suppose. Feed onto that belt. That's my girders, because we have run out of those completely. Maybe when this gets placed, actually, yeah, we've. Oh no, we don't. Yeah, we do need to chew through some more more girders, more science. We need to make more science packs, basically, so we will chew through some to make those once these girders start to flow, and then we can start thinking about bringing in the other things. But as I say, I would like to try and... I want to use up these bearings, but actually there's nothing to be used up here. So we'll get rid of this machine. This is not going to make any more. Let's pull up this piece of belt and then replace it. Because it's full of nonsense. Over here. Well, it's kind of being made into composite, so we'll let that run for a little bit longer. The bearings are going to need to come across to here. That's not long enough. I think when we start using these girders to make the Science Pack 2s, that will at least pull through a little bit of these bearings, because then we'll be able to make some more 3s and maybe some more 4s, which will pull through some composites, which will pull through a bit of everything else. But as I say, I think I'm still going to have to just pull up a lot of this, and unfortunately, with all the stuff in this warehouse, a lot of this is just going to have to be pulled out by hand, I think. There's not any other realistic way of doing it other than trying to shove it back in a train and say, yes, take this back, I don't want any of it. What are you? You are... Oh, you're the ingots. Why do I not have any ingots? I'm surprised we don't have any ingots. They should have been brought up by a train by now, I'd have thought. But maybe not. Anyway, in the meantime, how things... Yeah, so we've got the packs 2 coming through now, which means we're also taking in... We're making pack 3s, which means we're using up some of these girders, which means we're using up some these girders going to there, which means we're using up some of these bearings. We don't seem to be making material 4, which is a shame, because I was hoping to use up some of these composites, so that I could get rid of some of this junk. Let's take out all of that. Again, I don't need to feel shy about shoving any of this stuff into the logistics system, because it's all of that stuff is stuff that gets used in huge quantities elsewhere. This is going to be very, very spaghetti trying to get this through. I can come through on this level easily. I come through down here actually, to here anyway. But then what? Then do I pass it up? I guess I pass it up here and through here. Yeah. Feels kind of dirty, but I guess needs must. So that'll go through here. No. What? Where did I say I could put? Just say I could put it through. I said I could put it down here, didn't I? That's even worse. Because I can't. Oh no! Wait, I can go up one. Never mind. I can go there and go through here and then up here through here and along here, and this is probably this is going to be the bearings. So that then comes across here and becomes this belt. And then I'd at least like... I was going to say I'd at least like to pull off what's on this belt here for get rid of the heavy composites, but I don't know if there's any point, really. Yeah, let's leave that to run. Is there anything we could do that requires material 4? Yes, this one, the nanomaterial we're going to do next. Okay, good. That'll get through a chunk of it, and that'll allow us to... That'll hopefully free up some space. Is the research is researching, I assume, 30 at the moment. No, it's not. What have we run out of?
Material 3.
Okay. Oh, that'll be the bearings. Okay, I'm allowing... Well, once this is built, they'll be allowed through, so that should... That'll sort that out, and we'll get some material 3s through. Yeah, that's... that'll be my fault for while I'm sort of in here sort of ripping stuff apart and trying to improve it and make it a bit less crap. My biggest concern is going to be that we're not going to get all the stuff through we need from Norvis because of the shortage of iridium. But no, down here it does seem to all be okay, except none of this is being fed through. Alright, there's clearly some funny business going on with the numbers up here.
Problem to Mike's system.
Yeah, basically.
That was a horrific train jam on Norvis.
No, we're finding some...
Took a while to clear it all out.
There. Material Science Park. Was it the same one, essentially? Material science one?
Not. No, it was further along, but it's.
It's just that area in the middle is a massive trunk that all the trains are trying to go through. It's essentially,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there were a bunch of places where junctions weren't signalled properly, so there were
Okay.
loopbacks that didn't have chain signals in them at all. So
Right.
trains were just going and stopping partway through it.
At least you've been able to find some mistakes and therefore hopefully fix them.
Yeah, I only had to dismantle a bit of railway so that I could shunt a train forwards, then move others into stations.
Oh dear.
And
This is why sometimes it's easier to go and jump in them. What has Mark... No, sorry, Mark. What has Mike done here? There is another transmitter somewhere called Material Science Park, and I've no idea how to find that. I'm tempted to just rename them both so that their so the system will work. Near the elevator. Oh, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised. What are you? That's material science train. So to be fair, that is different. It's horrific, but it's a different signal. I'm going to rename them because there's clearly not a one-to-one going on here. So you are now going to be Material Science. I'm just going to call it Material Science Park. Bad Mike. I don't know what else to do with that. Then down here, we can change this one to Material Science Park. Bad Mike. Oh, it's still not. These numbers are still positive. What the hell? Alright, let's... Yeah, and there's now no longer... Alright, it's not that. There is something fishy going on here, though. Let's go and have another look at that. So... It is possible I've done something dumb, but let's have a look. There isn't... From that, I learned that there isn't an additional transmitter somewhere. So on this one, we have negative numbers for the various things there. That's being fed into this transmitter. So this end is definitely correct. The other end, though, there is presumably there is
this train here. I switched it to manual mode because it's out of fuel and sorting out. Does it matter that when I did that, stuff suddenly started loading?
No.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know. It shouldn't.
Okay, I'm maligning Mike when I shouldn't have done. It's not his fault. It's because there wasn't enough to fill the train up, so I need to. Well, I'm going to increase some of these numbers. So it's counting all the stuff on the train as well, which is what it's supposed to do. Let's increase all of these to 700 as an arbitrary number. That'll probably be enough to fill the train up. And also, I shall implement the if anything has run out completely system as well, because that is a useful system. Let's put that there. Put that there, and put that there. And then I can disconnect this cable and feed it through round the bottom here, and everything will work once those things have been delivered. Also, we've probably got the train on its way now because I increased all these numbers, so hopefully it'll come up and do a delivery. We shall see.
I suspect most of the other trains alternate which way round they face, but the bio train doesn't seem to. Or sometimes doesn't.
They'd need an odd number of stops to alternate which way they face.
Yeah, an odd number of space stops.
Yes.
So obviously the ones that go down to Norvis.
Oh, true. Yeah, they'd turn around every time, wouldn't they? Yeah. Oop, here comes the stuff. Right, so copy that to there, and then turn all of these into -1 instead of -700. It doesn't have to be 1, it could be 7 or something like that. It just has to be a significantly smaller number. So we do that. Oh, we haven't got power for these things. I forget that these need power. Put that in there. You are to say if anything is less than 0, then output 1 up arrow. You say take each and add 0 and output each. Then we take the red cable, go bump, 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 bump. Disconnect that one and then reconnect that one. Then once we've got the power here, that'll start working. That'll all be fine. So over here we now have minus 700 of everything because this is phooey. Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so this is what once there's power here, we'll get the positive numbers through from what's in this warehouse. There we go. That's more like it. Now we've got now we see the numbers as they're supposed to be. And so we now to finish this off, we go down to Norvis. We feed signal to center train. We're doing that already. And then we say add in a wait condition. We return you to manual first, so you don't just disappear as soon as I start trying to program you. We say circuit condition of 1 up arrow, so if that's greater than 0, and inactivity 5 seconds, sure, whatever, and then we can go back onto automatic. Oh, it's gone anyway because it's got full inventory, but at least now it'll make sure that it stays supplied properly upstairs anyway. I'm still over there in Khalid's asteroid belt, but never mind. So now the train should turn up here. Much of this will start working. We'll feed we've got the bearing. Oh no, it's the girders that we're short of at the moment, the heavy girders. So we'll feed all of that in. We'll start to make some science. Things will be. This will allow the stronger explosives to carry on being made. And yeah, well, we shall see. So here we go. Unload all of the iridium stuff. We've now got a nice flow of girders coming out here like that. Excellent. Lots of ingots coming out as well, so we'll be able to start making the plates in order to make the tier 1 sciences. So we can make the 1s, we can make the 2s, make the 3s, and then we can start doing actual science again. That'll be nice. Ideally, I wouldn't have snaked this belt all the way around here. It would probably just come straight across the middle, but never mind. Work what I've got at the map for now. There we go. So now we're making the plates, so we can make the tier 1s. Oh, and here we go. Actually, we've got some tier 2s coming out already to allow us to make the tier 3s. The system is probably working. We still need to fix up the composites over here. So as I say, I'd like to get rid of the remaining stuff in here. I wonder if there's a purple chest up in space. There probably is. I could put a purple chest in here and then use a filter exerter to get rid of. Use a filter exerter to get rid of all of the heat shield and rare metals that are in here. That really shouldn't really have been in there, but well, I guess actually no. Technically, they probably should have been. While we're still delivering the iridium by gun and making the intermediates up here, that's probably fair enough. That's a good way to bring them up. But now we don't want to do it like that anymore. We don't do that here, as they say. There we go. That's only the tier 2s that are being made at the moment, I think. The tier 3s are still waiting. Oh no, they are being made. Okay, so yes, there are some tier 3s coming out, so that's fine. That means we can get on with the stronger explosives, and then once that's done, we can start working on the nanomaterial. I think it was next, which is going to start using up some of the tier 4s, and that's going to start putting some load on here, and therefore allow us to get rid of some of this stuff on the belt here. And then once this belt's empty, I can then start feeding the composites along the same belt, and then just link it in up here, and all will be fine. I'm not convinced there's going to be enough iridium girders on these belts in order to make enough to use up all of this, but we'll see how it goes. But I think that's going to be a story for another time, because I think it's probably about time we ended this stream. I feel like it's gone pretty well. I've jumped around doing a lot of weird, random, intermediate type stuff, but I think we've got to a point where things are kind of under control. Oh, I'm going to pull out all this stuff from the energy area as well, because that's not needed. Let's get rid of that, get rid of all of that, and just put all of this. This is all stuff we can just chuck straight into the into the logistics network without feeling any guilt about it at all, because it will just be fed straight back out along the space bus. No, don't do that. Do that though. Because down over here now we're making the holmium plates directly from the holmium ingots that are coming in on the train. We're not making the holmium cables, so we don't need the plastic. We're not making half the other stuff. So we probably don't need most of these. Maybe we need that one for the roboport. We don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. This is where the power goes down for an area, and I go, oh no, actually we don't need that. Hang on. Yeah, we do for that inserter. So yes, I think this is a good time to cut the stream. Are you two basically ready? Are you at a point where you're happy to stop?
I want to finish off wiring this train fueling in.
Okay.
I am.
Okay, it sounds like pretty close then. These memory cards. No, there seems to be enough of them on the belt there. That's all right. Yeah, so thank you everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. We have some progress has been made. We have an extra science pack to play with now. We've not used any of them, but here they are on this belt. There's actually quite a lot of them made. The current problem is once again now down to supply issues. So we don't have any. In fact, let's have a quick look at the trains, at the spaceship area drop-offs there again. So Agnea, we have, to be honest, not as much vulcanite as I would like, so there's a bit of a shortage there. I'll go and check on that in a second. Kothar, we have no iridium. Snowdrop, we suddenly have a lot of cryonite, so that's been fixed. We have oodles of that because the spaceship has just arrived. Njord, short of holmium. Big Rid, short of some of the intermediates. Taros, we now have both of those things there. So we've got, I wouldn't like to say exactly, but we have significant quantities of them at least. Talos, we have plenty of beryllium. Oliran, we have loads of iron. So yeah, there's been some good progress made along there, I would say. I'm going to have a quick look at Agnea because it worries me a little bit. So we still seem to have quite a decent amount flowing through here. That sulfur I was looking at earlier, yes, we now have enough sulfur to keep absolutely everything happy, so that's good. Down here, yeah, it's flowing. The spaceship is probably mostly full by now, and that's why we're short of it at the other end. Oh, it's only half full actually. Maybe we're not. Maybe the amount of vulcanite we're using up has increased, and we've sort of spent the last couple of streams working through a buffer, and I've been a little bit hubrisy about how much vulcanite we have, because yeah, over in Norvis orbit it does seem to be a bit short. I mean, we haven't run out, but we're not going to fill many more trains with. In fact, the train is gone. We're not going to fill another train, so this is effectively run out. I might need to have another look at Agnea. That's something for next time though. There is a big problem with the iridium, as you've seen. Basically, we need to beef up some of our supplies, or maybe accept that we're not going to be able to use. We're not producing it fast enough to keep everything running at quite the rate we would like to become accustomed to, should we say? So I shall be producing some videos on Saturday and Monday where we shall talk about what's been going on today, give you an idea, a bit of a summary, talk about the trials and tribulations that we've seen and the successes we've had, like getting Matter Science up and running. On what else is happening on the channel? On Tuesday I shall be back Tuesday I shall be back playing some more XCOM. Things are going pretty well in XCOM. I possibly need to play on a slightly harder difficulty level next time I look at the game, but for now I'm going to carry on with it as it is, and try and get to the end of the game and see how things go. Wednesday there will be a video coming out, the second half of the graphs video that came out a couple of weeks back. I'm going to release that for supporters on Friday, and then for non-supporters next week. So yeah, keep an eye out for that one. That should be interesting. And I think that's everything that's going on at the moment. So depending on whether Tristan's finished setting up his his fueling system or not, I guess it's time to end the stream. How are you getting on?
Yep, done.
Okay. So, as I say, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.